It's 5:08. We'll call the City Council meeting to order. City Clerk, may I have roll call, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Councilmember Curzon.
I'm here.
Councilmember Kaji's absent. Councilmember Kalani.
Present.
Councilmember Lewis, absent. Councilmember Matucci.
Here.
Councilmember Shake.
Present.
Mayor Chen.
Present. The council will now recess to close session to confer with the city manager and city attorney on agenda matters listed under 13A, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, and 13B, Real Property, Conference with Real Property Negotiator, 13C, Conference with Labor Negotiator, and 13D, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code 54957B1, 54956.8, 54957.6, and 54956.9D1. We'll return after closed session. Thank you. We're now reconvening our city council meeting. I'd like to welcome everyone joining us in the council chamber, along with everyone watching remotely. City Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Councilmember Gerson,
Present.
Councilmember Kaji,
Here.
Councilmember Kalani,
Present.
Councilmember Lewis,
Here.
Councilmember Matucci,
Here.
Councilmember Shake,
Present.
Mayor Chen.
Present. We have been in closed session. Assistant City Manager, do we have any actions to report?
Good evening, Your Honor. Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. There are no actions to report. Thank you.
Moving on to item 2, the flag salute and invocation. We honor those who make it possible for us to be here today. If there is anyone in the audience who is on active duty or a military veteran, will you please stand or raise your hand so that we may recognize you? Please remain standing and all rise as Councilman Gerson will lead us in the flag salute and Councilman Kaji in the invocation.
All right, ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing. As we meet tonight here on the City Council, it's a great time of year where people of many faiths get together, meet with their family, their friends, and their neighbors. We wish from the City Council peace, goodwill, and happiness to all here and throughout our city. Be with our service members who serve overseas to protect us, and please guide all those in leadership to make the best decisions in the best interests of all. In your name we pray, amen. Thank you.
Please be seated. Thank you both. I am delighted tonight to welcome the Torrance Civic Chorale Jazz Singers to the City Council meeting tonight to continue the tradition of kicking off the holidays with a live performance. The chorale has provided South Bay with exceptional music, instruction, and cultural enhancement since 1961. The group consists of more than 90 singers that auditioned to join the chorale. These singers represent professions in aerospace, banking, investment, education, military, medical, government, parents, retirees, and students. Sounds like everybody. The chorale has a concert on Saturday, December 21st, 7:30 p.m. in the James R. Armstrong Theater. I highly encourage everyone to attend. The concert is titled A Holiday Celebration with the Palos Verdes Symphonic Band, featuring holiday music from around the world and nostalgic songs of the season. At this time, I would like to invite the Torrance Civic Chorale Jazz Singers Artistic Director, Dr. Edward Trimmis, and accompanist and Assistant Director Bradley Hampton to join us at the front of the council chambers for a preview of their concert.
Okay, so this isn't the big crowd. The big crowd is many more people. This is our jazz singers group. They do jazz festivals. They have several other performances. They perform in San Luis Obispo at a jazz festival at Cuesta College. In the spring, they're performing at Fullerton College, at Miracosta College in Oceanside. They will be doing our fundraiser on the 22nd, a jazz night gala and music for the soul on May 10th with the big group. I hope you join us for all those events, plus this Saturday at the Armstrong Theater. This is going to be a hand for Mrs. Buzz, and have yourself familiar with it.
Every December you always remember.
beneath the hype, are they the type you turn to in a pinch? There's someone more deserving of applause. How about a hand for Mrs. Claus?
I'm not complaining, I'm sure it's very draining, pulling off a Christmas Eve world tour.
My point is this is marvelous Mrs. who gets it down the other 364. Who's really checking all those lists and filling all those shelves. She's a master multitasker who was faster than the elves. Who keeps her notebook hot till winter thaws. The answer's clear, is Mrs. Claus. She reads every Christmas letter,
Fills out her Christmas sweater,
better than old Santa every day.
she runs the operation,
With no
Thank you, jazz singers. Right, thank you, Gia and Carrie. Moving on to item 4, I'll take a motion to waive further reading. Oh, move back one. Moving on to item 3, announcement of withdrawn, defer, or supplemental items.
Thank you, Mayor. Danny Santana again with the City Manager's Office. Deferred items are item 10B, City Clerk discuss and consider amending Torrance Municipal Code regarding changes to the commission compensation. This item is being deferred to a council meeting with a date to be determined. In terms of supplemental materials, there are supplemental materials available online on the city's website at torranceca.gov for the following items. Agenda item 8A, Public Works, adopt a resolution approving program supplement and appropriate funds for design of citywide traffic signal improvements, T-171. Item 8K, Civil Service Commission and Human Resources, to approve examination to fill Finance Director position. Item 9A, Public Works and Water Commission, conduct public hearing and adopt resolution approving proposed series of annual increases of municipal water rates over a 5-year period beginning January 1, 2025 and ending December 31st, 2029. And finally, item 10C, Community Services, adopt categorical exemption under California Environmental Quality Act, sections 15378 and 15061B3, and discuss and consider adopting an ordinance amending the Torrance Municipal Code pertaining to public art murals and adopted resolution relating to mural policy. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Just want to make sure, there was one item that was deferred, right?
That is correct, Your Honor. Item 10B regarding commission compensation.
10B. I was looking for it and see.
I apologize, Your Honor. It is 10C.
Okay, got it. I was just looking for it. Okay, thank you. 10C is being deferred. All right. Moving on to item 4, I will take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title.
Motion to waive further readings.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to council committee meetings and announcements. Tonight, it is my great pleasure and honor to recognize and celebrate the incredible achievement of one of our very own, Councilwoman Lewis. I think she brought a display. Now, you may see her here on Tuesday nights but during the day, she has another important job that she tends to, managing Homeland Security at the Port of Long Beach. And I am thrilled to share that she was recently named the 2024 Homeland Security Person of the Year Local Award, a distinction that underscores her unwavering commitment to public safety, maritime security, and community resilience. She also shared the honor of the National 2024 Homeland Security Today Most Valuable Player State Award. Let's give her a round of applause. Actually, I'm not done yet. There's still about a page left. She's also part of the California Maritime Security Council, Maritime Domain Awareness Subcommittee team, where her leadership vision and steadfast dedication have been instrumental in advancing the development in the California Coastal Regional Common Operating Picture Proof of Concept. This innovative tool has become a critical resource in safeguarding our state's ports, coastlines, and waterways, proving essential during key events like Fleet Week, as well as other critical real-world maritime security scenarios that impact the state's waterways. This collaboration brought together a formidable team of dedicated partners, including members of the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services, the Port of San Diego, the U.S. Coast Guard, and the San Diego Law Enforcement Coordination Center, and other key stakeholders who share the same commitment to safety and security. This achievement highlights her outstanding contributions not only to the field of homeland security, but also to the local community. Her work helps ensure that Torrance remains a safe, secure, and thriving city. We could not be prouder to have her representing us. Please join me in giving her another warm round of applause to Councilwoman Bridget Lewis for her extraordinary achievement. I gotta say, well done, Councilwoman, because she does have an outside job, so 2 full-time jobs. So thank you for joining us tonight. Tonight we'll make sure that it's 3 full-time jobs. Secondly, the next announcement is about the Connect Torrance Micro Transit. I'm excited to share the launch of Connect Torrance, the city's first ever micro transit program, which officially rolled out on December 11, 2024. This innovative, on-demand public transit system is open to everyone, providing a simple, affordable, convenient way to get around Torrance. All it takes is a few taps on your mobile phone or digital device, enter your pickup and drop-off locations, meet your driver, and enjoy shared rides throughout the city. For Torrance residents who are members of the Torrance Community Transit Program or plan to enroll in it, you can take advantage of this service and travel anywhere within the city of Torrance alongside the existing taxi service option. Just to clarify, most people who are in the TCTP program are those seniors 65 and above and those who has disabled. So I know that some people were a little confused in social media that they couldn't get into it. But if you're in the TCTP, you could live anywhere in the city of Torrance. Let's see, where am I? To celebrate the launch, all rides to Connect Torrance are free through January 11th, 2025. So book your first ride today by downloading the app in the Apple Store or Google Play, or by calling 424-688-9251. For more information about the program, visit visit transit.torranceca.gov. So Kim, I think this has been a long time coming, right?
Yes, it has. We have spent many of years looking for this service. So again, thank you very much for this and helping us promote it.
Yes, thank you, thank you. I remember I was just thinking this probably taking a little bit over 5 years to get here when we first talked about this. And then for those who are, please try it out for the next couple of weeks, because I think this is a good tryout period so we can work out some of the kinks.
Yes, once again, this service is free to all as long as you download the app. We'd like to test it to make sure that it runs smoothly prior to launching it on January 15th. Right. Thank you.
And again, she said free to all, only until January 11th. Okay. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to invite the community to come together and volunteer for the upcoming Greater Los Angeles Homeless Count in Torrance. This important effort helps gather crucial data that organizations use to advocate for the unhoused and allocate resources effectively. The Torrance Homeless Count will take place on Thursday, January 23rd, 2024, beginning at 8 p.m. at the Ken Miller Recreation Center. Volunteers are essential, and no prior experience is required to participate. Volunteers will drive cities' census tracts and visually count individuals experiencing homelessness. Volunteers must be 18 years or older, 18 years old or older to participate. You can register individually or as a group by visiting count.lahsa.org and selecting Torrance as your deployment site. I'm going to tell that website again. It's count.lahsa.org and select Torrance as a deployment site. Together, we can make a difference in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next announcement will be from Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Last week, a Torrance delegation, which included and led by Mayor Chen, members of our economic development team, and myself, had the privilege of showcasing the Why Torrance experience on one of the most prominent platforms for retail, real estate, and economic development in the world. The annual International Council of Shopping Centers Conference was held in New York City and provided an invaluable opportunity for Torrance to engage directly with business leaders, retailers, developers, and site selectors from across the globe. Our goal was clear: to position the city of Torrance as a choice for new investment, expansion, and development. Throughout the conference, we met with several high-profile companies and potential business partners, each of whom expressed interest in Torrance's unique offerings. We highlighted our prime location, highly skilled workforce, strong business climate, and business-friendly incentives. The #WhyTorrance message was met with enthusiasm and curiosity, opening the door to future collaborations and developments that we believe will bring new businesses, new jobs, and vitality to our local economy. One of the standout moments of the trip was seeing Torrance's name and message prominently displayed on the NASDAQ digital billboard in the heart of Times Square, an ionic, world-renowned platform. This moment was made possible through our partnership with the Torrance-based company Navitos. It's a semiconductor who is leading the charge in energy-efficient technology. I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to Navitos for sharing this incredible spotlight with us as they celebrated 10 years in business. They are a shining example of the type of innovation and leadership that thrives right here in our own city of Torrance. To see the words "Why Torrance" showcased on such a global stage was a proud moment for us and served as a reminder of the immense potential that lies ahead for our great city. We hope this exposure will serve as a beacon for other companies looking for a strategic location to grow and thrive. Our mission at the ICSC NYC was to ensure that businesses understand the value of choosing Torrance. We're not just another city on the map. We're a city that's forward-thinking, business-friendly, and committed to fostering growth and innovation. In the coming weeks and months, we'll be following up with the relationships and leads we established at ICSC and continue to work to convert these conversations into real, tangible economic opportunities for our city. Once again, I would like to thank everyone who contributed to the success of this trip. The staff was amazing. And of course, our corporate citizens, Navitos, Semiconductor, for elevating our presence on the world stage. Thank you.
Thank you. It was very cold there, but it was great. All right, let's go to the next one. I believe the next one I'm going to skip over. It will be Councilwoman Lewis on e-bikes.
Yes, I actually have two. The first one would be, I would like to have council concurrence that staff bring back an item that would allow the city to provide subsidies for memorial services for any former mayor, council member, or commissioner who has served the city of Torrance for at least 10 or more years. There's been several requests over the years to use either a city facility, whether that's James Armstrong or the Toyota Center, for their memorial services. Do I have concurrence to bring that back?
Looks like you got concurrence. Looks
Just
like
a quick
7-0.
clarification, most council members wouldn't get to 10 years?
So would you like 8 years on that?
Yes. Thank you, Patrick. Or we can work out the terms when it comes back. Secondly, I'd like to also ask concurrence from my colleagues to bring back an update from the police department on the status and impact of using the California Vehicle Code, in addition to adopting any city ordinances to enforce e-bike policies violations in the city. As we strive to ensure the safety and well-being of our residents, it is crucial that we thoroughly understand and evaluate the current regulations in comparison to those that our neighboring beach communities have, who have adopted ordinances, and to see what impacts those ordinances have had on e-bikes and the volume of the activity as well. Do I have council concurrence to bring that back?
I see a 7-0.
Thank you.
All right. Let's see. I'm going down. I believe now I'm at Treasurer Goodrich. You have an announcement?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you. Tim Goodrich, City Treasurer. I am proud to sit here and announce the results of our RFQ for audit services today. We will be entering an audit that includes many things, such as evaluating our separation of duties, our controls, efficiencies, technology, and so on. There were 11 respondents to the RFQ, and there were a panel of 3 of us that did oral interviews with the top 3 respondents, and we have chosen BDO as the company that will be performing this audit. I'd like to thank Jason Nishiyama and also Jasmine Allen from staff for their participation with me on the interview panel. And what we can expect going forward is we'll be starting this immediately after the new year. It's anticipated to take 480 hours, so it'll take us through May. And this will make it likely the largest voluntary audit in Treasury history in the city of Torrance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, are there any announcements that I've missed? I just want to make sure. Okay, we'll roll on. No, we're passing on that one. Okay, well, you'll have time later if you remember something. Moving on to community matters. Item 6A is a recognition of Torrance High Girls Flag Football Team. Congratulations to... Congratulations to the Torrance High School varsity and junior varsity girls flag football teams for your incredible performance and cross-collaboration this season. This will be the 2nd year in a row that Torrance varsity flag football has earned the title of undefeated. Pioneer League champions, going 8-0, they also participate in the first ever CIF Southern Section Championship for girls flag football in Division II. The junior varsity team also finished the season undefeated, going 10-0. Additionally, many members took on the added challenge of playing on the varsity team. I'd like to invite the team and their coaches, Kyle Irvine and Chris Watkins, up to the podium to accept their recognition certificate and bring their team along to take a picture.
We'll have varsity in the middle and then JV's on the outside so they accomplish that.
Oh, face this way.
You face it. That's how, it is kind of weird.
That's okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, and ladies and gentlemen of the audience. Thank you so much. It goes without saying that first and foremost, when you say thankful, you give thanks to God above. And I do that every morning. And just to be here, it's humility and gratitude that we are standing here. It's not one person. These girls work very hard, and just remembering my mom and dad, and I get a kick when I get a chance to say last century. So that's when I was raised, like so many of us here. We won't date ourselves, but I always remember my mom and dad always said there's two very important words that you need to say, and always be humble and always be gracious. And those two words are thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Thank you for this honor. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Wow, looks like the Red Sea just parted for you. So we can go through the middle. We're gonna have maybe we have the two coaches. Sal, are we lined up well? Okay. I was just thinking, the council, will you all come up? Come down? Yeah, the council step on right behind, this way, Congratulations, girls. Great job. Expect you back next year to do the same thing. Okay, we'll wait till. All right, Assam, let's go, let's go, let's go. We're getting ready to take a picture. Okay. Okay. Sal, you line us up. Okay, let's go to the conference. Maybe some of the girls in the front. Take one knee down, hold the certificate. There you go. Yeah.
Crouch down. Crouch down. Crouch down. Shorter girls, touch down the steps. Sit down a little. There we go. Stand up. No, you're fine. Get the shorter girls. Shorter. There we go.
Congratulations to both teams for your hard work, achievements. Coach Irvine, Watkins, and all the parents, because all the parents have to take you to all the events and practices. Merry Christmas.
You win again.
Wow, the whole crowd, the whole group left. Okay.
You win again.
Moving on to item 6B from the city clerk. This is the time and place to officially declare the results of the special general municipal election held on November 5th, 2024. Resolution number 2024-48, adopted by the City Council on October 7th, 2023, authorized the canvass to be collected by the county registrar.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Los Angeles County Register Recorder, County Clerk, has conducted the canvass of the returns of the special general municipal election held on November 5th, 2024. The results are documented in Resolution number 2024-89.
Oh, okay. I got distracted. I thought there was a phone going off. It was actually the hallways. It's all right. The Los Angeles County Registrar has canvassed the returns as enumerated in the Statement of Results embodied in Exhibit A of the proposed resolution declaring the results of the election. Does anyone from the public wish to be heard on the adoption of this resolution? I don't see any. I hereby declare the official canvass of the returns of the November 5th, 2024 special general municipal election completed. City Clerk Poirier, may I have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is Resolution number 2024-89, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, reciting the fact of the special general municipal election held on November 5th, 2024, declaring the results and other such matters as provided by law.
Okay. I'll take a motion to adopt Resolution 2024-89.
Make a motion to approve adopting Resolution 2024-89.
Second.
Your Honor, the motion carried unanimously.
City Clerk, will you read the results of the November 5th, 2024 special general municipal election for the City of Torrance?
Yes, Your Honor. The results are Measure TC passed, having received 44,061 yes votes and 17,855 no votes.
Thank you, City Clerk Poirier. I will now sign the resolution number 2024-89. Moving on to oral communications number 1. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments on items under the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under the Ralph and Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers and the orals are limited to either oral communications number 1, oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. If presenting handout material to the council, please provide 11 copies to the city clerk before speaking. Handouts will be distributed while you speak. City clerk,
Paul Vallejo.
it's 7:33. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Paul Vallejo, and I'm here to address an important issue that the LGBTQ community faces today. Per the newest report released by the LA Commission on Human Relations just last week, hate crimes have gone up across the board. Racism, sexism, homophobia, and transphobia are on the rise. Reported hate crimes dramatically increased 45% from 930 in 2022 to 1350 in 2023, the largest number in the history of this report. That being said, LGBTQ plus folks are especially vulnerable and face disproportionately high rates of violence and discrimination, especially when in public spaces. Torrance can take steps to publicize existing anti-discrimination and ordinances in public spaces, ensuring LGBTQ folks feel safe and valued in this community. I also urge the city to enhance training for city employees and law enforcement to ensure that they are equipped to protect all residents fairly and with empathy. These actions are not just about inclusion, they are about justice, safety, and health for all. I urge you to protect all residents of Torrance, especially as we face.
Go ahead.
Joe Edwards.
Hi, I'm Joe Edwards. I'd like to speak on the ongoing need for HIV awareness, prevention, and support services. Despite decades of progress, the stigma surrounding HIV persists, often labeling it as a gay disease. HIV does not discriminate, and neither should we. We know what works to prevent the spread. Pre-exposure prophylaxis, or PrEP, is 99% effective when taken correctly. Testing and early detection empower individuals to seek treatment, reducing viral loads and preventing transmission. Thankfully, we've seen a significant decline in HIV cases nationwide. This progress requires sustained effort. I urge the city to stand firm in its commitment to public health by maintaining and even expanding funding for HIV services. By investing in education, PrEP programs, testing, and support services, we can continue to drive new infections down and protect the well-being of all. Thank you.
Charlie Salinas.
Hi, everybody. Tonight, I'd like to take a minute to speak about misdirected anger. This is something that affects hundreds of people every day unnecessarily. It's when somebody blows up, gets into a rage, goes off the rails at somebody else that just did a minor infraction. Usually the target is a family member because they're close, or a coworker, or people in traffic, or city employees. Now, people can learn to focus where they're getting their anger from, and they can work with that rather than take it out on the people that are just close to them and available. And it just takes a little bit of help to learn. Deep-seated anger comes from years or something that happens. We all have a right to get angry, but always treat everybody with respect and dignity. Thank you.
Carrie.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to support the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and his mother, Sister Sherilyn. He should be here, but he died 6 years ago this month, 2018, in a parking lot in alleged stolen car, which is not a death sentence, and by a situation that was escalated rather than de-escalated. And so he died within 15 seconds, so I'm going to take these last 15 seconds in his honor.
Audrey,
As you enjoy Christmas carols this season, I'll bet it never occurs to any of you the hypocrisy of how you support a racist and anti-Semitic police force, how your police can murder black men such as Christopher DeAndre Mitchell with impunity, and how your police force can paint swastikas on cars with, in a proven with text messages without impunity. And I just want to know how you feel. I mean, if we could turn back the clock 6 years to when Christopher DeAndre Mitchell was still alive, I'd say go someplace without such a racist police force, maybe Tennessee or Alabama.
Sherry,
with a heavy heart that I come here tonight, and I just want to know if there's anybody up there that has a human bone in their body that can think about Cheryl Lynn at this Christmas time without her son, Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. And she has one request, that there be a police commission, an independent oversight committee. And if there's one person on this on your council that has any sense of humanity and can just imagine 6 years without her son, it's just with sadness that I come here every week or every council meeting and talk about this, and it just makes me sad that none of you have shown any kind of care for this or for her.
Marianne,
It's been 6 years. This is Christopher's 6th angelversary, and I do think about Sherilyn having her 6th Christmas without Christopher. And as was stated, the one thing that this body can do is create an independent civilian oversight commission. And given all the things that have happened, I really wonder why the chief of police, who third one, right, holding this, comes in and is like, I'm going to take care of business. We're getting things done. This body, I've heard people say, trust him to do that. I'm wondering why then would you be against the transparency of an oversight commission, of somebody going someplace else to report misbehavior, let's say, or God forbid worse, which certainly is more than possible. Why wouldn't you invite?
no one else has signed up.
Okay, I think we exhausted those who submitted a request to speak. We still have some time for anyone who wants to speak during oral communications number 1. And you have 1 minute. Please step up to the microphone on items that are not on the agenda.
Pork chop, for popular demand, they told me to speak. End of the year, I don't want to ruin the Christmas spirits, so I congratulate you for all your hard work to raising everything, all the fees, the water, the trash pickup for the next 5 years, because for 1 year it wouldn't be enough. You guys did a great job. Also, that was not so shabby, giving $30,000 raises for our leaders, you know, because without them, they couldn't pay for trash pickup or water, you know. They have to be there making $300,000, $400,000, so we can pay for water. Anyway, so congratulations, and I hope I can afford all these fees in the future.
Your time is up, sir. Anyone else who wish to speak? Come to the microphone. Okay, if not, we will go on to the consent calendar. Do any members of the council wish to pull any items from the consent calendar? Councilwoman Kalani?
Thank you. 8I as in Indian.
8I. Okay. Councilman Matucci.
I'd like to pull item 8K.
Okay. 8K. Councilman Gerson.
That was the one I was going to pull.
Okay. So looks like 8I and 8K were pulled. I'll take a motion to approve all items, and I better be careful on this one. I know we're doing a different format now. First of all, I'm going to ask the city clerk, may I have number and titles for items 8A, 8B, and 8C, and 8D?
Yes, Your Honor. The first is resolution number 2024-90, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, setting forth hours, wages, and working conditions for employees represented by the Torrance City Employees Association, TCEA, and repealing resolution number 2022-143. The next is resolution number 2024-91, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, authorizing and directing the mayor and the city clerk to execute and attest to program supplement number A168 to administering agency state master agreement number 07-5249S21 with the state of California. The next is ordinance number 3940, an ordinance of the City Council, the City of Torrance, California, granting to Zenith Energy West Coast Terminals, LLC, a franchise to construct, lay, operate, test, maintain, use, renew, repair, replace, move, change the size and number of, and remove or abandon in place a system of pipelines and appurtenances for the purpose of conducting, transporting, conveying, and carrying gas, oil, petroleum products, and water on, along, in, under, and across public streets, ways, alleys, and places within the City of Torrance. And the last, Your Honor, is ordinance number 3941, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending section 911.2.260 of Article 2 of Chapter 11 of Division let me start over, Your Honor. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending section 911.2.260 of Article 2 of Chapter 11 of Division 9 of the Torrance Municipal Code relating to original art display, renumbering existing Article 10 of Chapter 11 of Division 9 relating to enforcement as a new Article 11 of Chapter 11 of Division 9, and adding section 911.10.010 of Article 10 of Chapter 11 of Division 9, mural policy, setting policy for murals on public and private properties. And for the two ordinances, it would also include a ordinance summary for publication, approving an ordinance summary for publication.
Great, thank you. Now I'll take a motion to approve items on the consent calendar with the exception of 8I and 8K.
Okay, motion to approve the items on the consent calendar with the exception of 8 Indian and 8K, including adopting resolutions 2024-90, 2024-91, and adopting ordinances 3940 and 3941.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay. Item 8I. Councilwoman Kalani.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Chen. I just wanted to make a comment on this. Everyone, including the committee and staff, have been working on this for several years now, And I'm just so excited that we're moving closer. And I just wanted to give a special thank you to Assemblymember Al Marisucci for securing the $5 million grant allocation that's going to help us complete this. Thank you.
Okay. If there's no other comment, you want to make a motion?
That's it. And with that, I'll make a motion that we approve item 8I as an Indian.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Great. And now we're on to item 8K. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. The agenda was pretty thick this week, and this item came a little late. I feel that, me personally, I didn't really have enough time to get some of the answers or some of the answers to the questions that I may have had, but so I respectfully ask that we table this if we can, unless we are on a time constraint. Then if we have a time constraint, I'll abstain from the vote because I just don't really have a lot of the answers that I needed.
Maybe we can ask our Assistant Police Chief to provide us the description of the item, and then if we have enough information, I would suggest we proceed. If not, then we could reconsider.
Yes, Your Honor. The item before you tonight is for us to enter into supplemental contract services strictly for enforcement as it relates to following our street sweepers in the city. We had responded to direction from City Council as well as the City Manager's Office to enter into an RFP process and identify someone that could help us with that, since our traffic staff doesn't have the capacity to regularly enforce in a very fair way across the city the street sweeper violations. And so that's what we've done here tonight. That's the item before you. We believe that it's a cost-neutral item in that the company will, through their citations, generate enough to pay for that, so it won't cost the city any money to do it. And then I'm happy to answer any other questions. We also have staff here that could present if you'd like more information.
Mayor?
Yes.
Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. If I could add to the Assistant Chief's description, we're not implementing any new regulations. We're merely securing additional resources to allow us to implement regulations that are already in place.
That's how I read it. I think I read the packet, and that's exactly. I think in the past, our police department, in terms of parking violation citations, we were understaffed, and we often receive complaints from the community. How come my neighbors never move their cars and my streets never get swept? But they never get a citation. And I've shared my concern with the city manager and Chief Hart about those concerns, that if we have an ordinance, we have these signs that says, for example, on my street on Thursdays from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m., no parking on this side of the street. On Wednesday, it's another time slot. And, folks get conditioned, and then every now and then if, one neighbor gets a citation because one of our two parking enforcement really finds a car, then I get the email that says, I never get a parking citation. And why did I get one today? And my response usually is there a sign that says on that day you received a parking citation, it says no parking during that time slot? And he would say, yes. I would say, was your car parked there? He would say, yes. And I said, what do you want me to do? And I think this is the response from the police department. So I think I appreciate the response. And know that we have got agreement by our representative groups to allow this, the added enforcement to help the PD. So I'm behind this. I appreciate this. So I think there's some councilman who's clicking in. Councilman Gerson.
So I was going through the scope of work because it talks about enforcement for RV and oversized vehicles prohibited to park overnight, vehicle parking in excess of 72 hours, parking in handicapped spaces without an appropriate placard, in marked fire lanes or in front of blocking fire hydrants. So I see a lot of issues that are affecting residents who talk to me about issues that they're having with parking. So I want to ask,
what is the percentage that we're expecting them to actually, I mean, are they just focusing on parking enforcement or the entire scope of work? What percentage am I looking at?
Councilmember, we're engaging with them mostly to do street sweeping enforcement. Why we kept the scope of work open was so that if that group encountered another violation or if there was something nearby, we could have them address and get to that more quickly than our staff could address it, then they could also engage in that work as well. But the main focus of this effort is to be consistent with our enforcement of street sweeping violations throughout the city. But we have a group of people that we could tap into should we have, for instance, one of our staff members goes out for long term on an injury and we're down yet another body, we could use them to do other type of work as well.
For example, I keep getting contacted by a specific HOA where people are double parking in an area that's only enough room for one vehicle. And they call for service, but rarely seem to get service, or when service comes, you know, the next day or whatever thing, you know, cars have moved. So I guess if this is just for parking enforcement, then I have a different opinion than if it's hitting on multiple different issues that I am, like everything that I read are issues that I have received complaints on.
Yes, sir. I would say, generally speaking, the Torrance Police Department's focus when it relates to parking enforcement generally citywide is calls for service based. We don't have a robust enough staff to go out and kind of proactively patrol areas where there's been problems and try to mitigate those before they become a bigger problem. I'd have to know for certain where this particular HOA is to have an understanding of the street conditions there. Generally speaking, when an HOA has control of an area, it's not an area that's enforced by police. A lot of times that
No, it's public.
Okay, so
It's between two driveways.
I'd have to take a look at that particular case and find out what caused the delay or why we haven't been consistent in our enforcement there. And I'd be happy to look into it.
So I'm looking at an expenditure of just over $500,000. So we're expecting the revenue side of that to be tickets in the value of about $500,000 as well.
We anticipate in this program that the staff engaged in the enforcement of street sweeping violations would generate enough to cover the contract cost.
Your Honor.
If I could just add that there are no quotas. It's an enforcement issue, so we're not doing this to raise revenue. It's just enforcing the code.
I understand. As a matter of fact, I did the math when we used to get the number of parking citation by month data, and I agree the data that even now with the limited citations, we could pay for this. So with this, I think you'll keep it revenue neutral because there's a lot of effort that's put into even generating a citation. It's not just a person writing a citation. There's a lot of back-end work that goes along with it. Assistant City Manager Santana?
Thank you, Your Honor. Danny Santana. There is also no additional appropriation. This is within the operating budget of the police department.
Okay, that's good to know. Councilman Sheikh?
Thank you, Mayor. I 100% agree with Councilman Matucci. I think this is something we need to look at more detail. And I personally believe that we need some project hunts to be presented to us and the public. I know Chief Dunn, you mentioned that it's a cost neutral. But what happens if we don't recover our cost? I'd like to see that as well. In addition to that, I'd like to see, since SB 9, we're building a lot of apartment buildings. We have a lot of some of the houses without the garage, and we have a lot of parking that are going to be on the streets. Have we taken into consideration those streets? Will we have one size fits all across the city? So I really like the idea to have a presentation, per se, to look at all aspects and see what can we do to serve our purpose. Yes, cite the people, they're repeat violators, but look at all other areas and have a little detailed analysis. So I'd like to request if we can table it and bring it back with a little more detail and more time. And if it's okay, I'd like to make a motion, but my other colleagues.
Let's
have
hang, let's hang on to that. Let's
Sure.
more discussion, because I think we might be jumping the gun a little bit. Assistant City Manager Santana?
Thank you, Your Honor. If that is the council's direction, we would need a motion and a second and a vote to do so. Otherwise, it's up to the council's pleasure to determine how they would like to proceed.
Yeah, I think I see a couple of council members clicked in. I'll let them speak. I just want to make sure, at least, when I shared earlier, this is what I think all the police department is asking that they go outside the department, the contract for service. Very similar to if we believe our park services need additional people to address park cleanup, we get the authorization to use the same funding we would have paid for under, the lack of staffing to do the job that we're supposed to be doing already. So we're not asking the PD to do anything different. We're just giving them more manpower to do what we've already asked them to do. I just want to make sure that's clear.
Your Honor, that is correct.
Right. Okay. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I was trying to avoid asking all these questions now, but since we're already asking all these questions, I mean, one of my big sticklers with the street sweeping programs and fines going back years since we started this, I always would like it to keep it revenue neutral to where we're not overcharging for tickets. But one of the most important things that I always been pushing for, and I think we can achieve it, is to ensure that the resident can park their vehicle once the street sweeper went by without fear of getting a ticket. And it's, in my opinion, if we got 5 routes and 5 individuals, I know he's already clicked in, ready to go.
I was just going to actually say the police department is actually looking at a video camera, so it wouldn't be issuing citations by automatic picture, because that's not allowed under state law, but they're looking at a video camera attached to the sweeper, so they'd be able to document with GPS and a photo and the video, which would then go to an officer to review, and then we could then see at what time they passed and then build in that, if that's something the council wants to look at about parking, but that way we'd know exactly when the street sweeper went by and when the citation was given. But it wouldn't be an automatic system, it'd be issued by an actual police officer.
Yeah, and I understand that that's actually a great idea and great system, but I'm thinking more of simplistic to where the ticketing individual is ahead of the street sweeper, let's say a half a mile ahead of the street sweeper. So once you know that street sweeper went by, there's no ticketing behind it. And I know it takes time. Sometimes there might be 3 cars, so it might slow it down. That's why if you're a half a mile or even a mile ahead on the route within that time frame,
Yes, sir, and I actually think that this program would help with that, because the way that we do it now is if someone were to have called in that car, the street sweeper has already passed it, but our officer responds and the sign is posted between 8 and 12, and it's between 8 and 12, they're gonna get a ticket because we went there on a call and the street sweeper, it's on street sweeping day. With this program, the vehicle would be assigned to the sweeper and be able to go with it. Now, could it get bogged down by other vehicles? Sure, but our focus would be to try to do it contemporaneous to the passing of the sweeper.
Okay, yeah, because, you get areas like Spencer Street, Anza, north of Torrance Boulevard. I mean, there's a very, very high need of parking. And I see people, driving around the block looking for parking, instead of the street sweeper goes by, they've done their job, nobody's gotten in the way. I don't think people should be getting a ticket if the street sweeper went by. So if we can figure it out, half a mile ahead, even 1 mile ahead, if you're in the way of the sweeper, you're gonna get a ticket. That's just the bottom line. But if you're not, then you shouldn't get a ticket. And so anyways, I think I have enough information to where I can vote on this. This is what I was trying to avoid, is asking too many questions.
Understood, sir.
Yeah, just to be clear, I believe, Councilman Matucci, what you're asking for is what the city attorney is saying is coming. I'll call that step 2 is forthcoming. This one is just getting some resources to do what we're supposed to be doing today. And nothing new, we just want to be doing what we should be doing today. That one is, I'll call that the step 2, if you will, because that would be mounted on the the street sweeper, almost like the camera on our buses. Then you got 21st century implementation. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate these efforts. One of the things couple of things I get called on is cars being stored on the street, which this would help because they would be in the way of the street sweeper. But also some businesses where there's limited parking and people are staying all day. Some employees of one business park in front of the other business. So would this team be able to address that as well, or that's step 3?
Well, based on their scope of work, they would be able to address other parking violations as seen. What this contract would help us do, ma'am, is to free up the staff that we currently have responding to street sweeping calls on street sweeping day to go address 72-hour violations or other calls for service for parking
2 hour.
that are better served by Torrance-specific staff that maybe take a little bit more nuanced approach to contact a business, get out of the car, have a conversation about solving a problem more long-term. That's not the focus of a contractor.
I see.
So it would free up the staff to do that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Let's see. Well, with that in mind, Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief. Just to understand, I wanted to get more detail, but a couple of clarification. How this contract, or they're going to tell us how they're going to come up with the penalty, the fines, the violation the first time or the second? Do you have any structure on that?
Yes, sir. And I don't have the item in front of me to reference for you right at this moment. There is staff here that can address more specifically those numbers, but the fines are set by your honorable body.
Yeah,
So
let me jump in. I think probably about 3 months ago, you recall, we actually did an update to the fines.
$60.
Yeah,
remember?
it used to be about $40-something. Now it went up. So the fines are already established. All this item does is adds about 4 people, 4 cars to help the police do what they're supposed to do today. The fees are already established. That's not this item. It's just giving them the authority to get outside help to do the work we already asked them to do.
I understand, but I think I know the $60 we decided that. I recall that.
Right.
But the point is that once we sign the contract, it's a lot of things to look at it. And I think at the time we talked about it, I thought we will have some presentations. We'll have some pros and cons for bringing the contract. What can we accomplish with that? What will be the benefit? The cost neutral is concern to me. I don't want our officers or this contractor just go ahead and start issuing the tickets because they want to have $560,000 to meet up with. At least to bring this item back with some strategy, some plan with this contract. We'd like to understand what exactly they want to do with this. That's the only reason I want to bring this back with a little presentation, give us some more detail about this.
And sir, we're happy to do that. I just would like to address maybe 2 things of what you said. First of all, the philosophy of this type of enforcement isn't to generate money. It's to correct the behavior so that the street sweeper can go and be consistent in its cleaning of the streets throughout the entire city of Torrance. We have done a less than stellar job of that because we don't have the staff to do that. And as a result, we're kind of in a little bit of a tug of war. Obviously, no one likes to get a ticket, but they also want their streets cleaned. And we're very, very inconsistent as we're able to go to those calls. And so sometimes if there's a chronic caller who's very good about being there, we're going there and writing a lot of tickets. And there's another area of Torrance who's not getting any tickets and their street isn't getting cleaned. And then we're kind of faced with the idea that we're being less than equitable in how we enforce. And so really the philosophy here is to change behavior and hopefully not have to write any tickets. It isn't to go out and generate enough money to cover it, but we certainly don't want to enter into something that we think is going to cost us additional monies. And so why we couch it as a cost neutral item is because we believe, because of our inconsistent enforcement, when we go out there and enforce, we will have plenty of tickets to write because we're not getting to all the calls we have. And over time, that should wane when people realize that the enforcement is consistent and therefore correcting the problem, which is really the goal, sir.
Right, Chief, I understand, and I think that's fair. But are we planning on having this forever, or this will be a pilot phase? We'll see if we get what we want to accomplish.
No, it's a temporary program, sir. We would like to have the staff. That's the conversation that we had with the unions as well when they allowed us to go into this and kind of contract out some of their work. We are going to work to fill to those positions. We just have not been successful in recent years. And so, again, we have people knocking saying we need the enforcement, and we can't give them what they're asking for. So we're trying to bridge that gap with a contractor for the time being.
So how long is this contract be?
1 year.
Yeah, Chief, let me jump in. Councilman Sheikh, may I just help a little bit? I know you want a little bit of presentation, and let's go to like page 68 in the packet. Just briefly, I just want to make sure, I want to satisfy you before I see the motions clicked in, but I just want to respect your, your curiosity. If you go to page 68, I mean, so this is a 1 year a trial for, I believe, the vendor quoted for 4 vehicles. So page 68, you'll see they're rendering what kind of car they're going to be driving. So, and then on this page 69, the kind of device they'll be using is compatible with the devices our police officers are already use. You go to page 71, they even share you that they will have uniform and shirts so that it could be identified clearly. And page 72, their outer jackets. So it's almost like, another arm of our PD traffic enforcement. And I didn't see anything that was very risky on behalf of the city. It's really doing what we've already tasked PD to do, and they're just getting some resources to help us.
Mayor, if I could add, Section 4 of the Consulting Services Agreement also reserves the ability for the city to cancel, or terminate the contract at any time. So should the police department or the city not be satisfied with the work of service, or we no longer need the service because we've been able to staff up, we no longer need to remain within the contract.
All right. I think Councilman Tucci, did you want to?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to move that we proceed with the contract, but if we can emphasize the desire to have the street sweeper go by and no longer ticket after the street sweeper goes by. So if that's something that we can incorporate in the wants column, I would like for us to achieve that one way or another. So that's my motion.
I second every piece of that motion, including being able to repark after the street sweeper has passed.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you all for engaging this discussion. Let's see, now we're on to item 9. I just want to look at my colleagues and make sure that they're ready to press on, or they want to jump into, do they need a 5-minute break, or they're ready to jump into 9A? Okay, I thought, because I anticipate there may be a little discussion. Can we, let's take a 5-minute break, please. We are back from our break. Now is the time and the place for the public hearing. For those of you who haven't been here for a long time, we're doing public hearings earlier. On agenda item 9A, a recommendation of the Community Development Director that City Council conduct a public hearing regarding amending Torrance Municipal Code by establishing a mobile home space rent stabilization ordinance, or SRSO, and consider any testimony during the hearing. Determine the project is exempt from California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Section 15060C2, 15060C3, 15378, and 15061B3. Adopt an ordinance amending the Torrance Municipal Code to add Chapter 17 entitled Mobile Home Space Rent Stabilization and Mobile Home Owner Protections to Division 4 of the Torrance Municipal Code and approve an ordinance summary for publication. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Your Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. On October 8, 2024, your honorable body directed staff to prepare a space rent stabilization ordinance, herein referred to as a SRSO, and for consideration by the City Council, as there is no current legislation in place that imposes percentage caps on annual rent increases for renters of mobile home spaces within Torrance. While there are presently two stabilization measures enacted by the state, AB 1482, also known as the Tenant Protection Act of 2019, and AB 978, also known as the Mobile Home Parks Rent Caps, neither apply to the mobile home parks within the city. As a quick summary, there are 10 registered mobile home parks throughout the city that have a combined total of 1,083 mobile homes. Mobile home residents are different from traditional apartment residents in that they generally own their home and have equity, but rent the land on which their home resides. In addition to paying space rent, residents of mobile home parks are responsible for making other payments just like homeowners, such as mortgage payments and either property tax or a vehicle license fee, as well as making payments for repairs and maintenance on their unit. While the California Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD, has jurisdiction over the inspection and enforcement of mobile home parks within Torrance for normal site operations and violations, the city does have the ability to adopt a local space rent stabilization ordinance to limit the rate of rent increases given to mobile home residents in an effort to keep housing affordable and reduce displacement. There are currently 14 cities within LA County, as well as the unincorporated area of the county, that have adopted some form of a mobile home rent stabilization ordinance. Based on direction provided by the City Council, a SRSO has been prepared and included with the staff report. Under the city's proposed SRSO, annual rent increases would be limited to 5%, plus a percentage change in the average CPI over the previous 12-month period ending in April. In no event would a rent increase be allowed to exceed 10% per each 12-month period. Additionally, only one increase would be allowed in any 12-month period unless otherwise permitted by the city. While that concludes staff's presentation, I would like to remind the City Council that there was a supplemental prepared last week for the ordinance summary to reflect updated dates should the Council move forward with the ordinance this evening. With that, if there are any members of your honorable body that have questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now take public comment. Each speaker will have up to 2 minutes to speak. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone who signed up to speak?
Yes, Your Honor. Assembly Member Almer Suchi.
All right, thank you very much, Mayor Chen, members of the City Council. My name is Al Murathucci. Thank you for this opportunity to share my comments and to stand with the residents of the Skyline Mobile Home Park in support of the mobile home space rent stabilization ordinance before this council. First of all, happy holidays. I obviously missed the holiday sweater memo, but it's good to be back in this house. I know that when I served on, when I sat on the dais of the city of Torrance as a planning commissioner, the city of Torrance was always very proud of its motto of a balanced city. I believe this proposed mobile home space rent stabilization ordinance is in fact a balanced approach between your mission to be business friendly, investor friendly, but at the same time protecting the residents of Torrance. In this case, from increasing mobile home space rent increases. You'll hear from the residents about how much. I was just talking to the lady in the wheelchair that was talking about how her rent had gone up over 91% in the mobile space rent within a year span. And I want to urge this council to adopt this ordinance because I tried to provide some protections for our mobile home residents. We know that this is a senior park and that mobile home parks are one of the last remaining opportunities to preserve affordable housing. If we don't preserve affordable housing for our seniors living on fixed incomes, then who can we protect?
Thank you, Assemblyman. Appreciate you coming.
Lisa Parrish.
Good evening, everyone, and council members and mayor. My name is Lisa Parrish, and I've lived at Skyline Park for 5 years. Star Management increased my space rent 14% in 22, 196. In January 23, it increased 10% for 150, and in 24, another 10%, $165. Star Management gave me a notice on September 27th that my 2025 space rent will increase $253.92, which is 13.5%. So if the SRSO is not in place, I will pay a net increase of $764 monthly since 22. This amount of increase is excessive. I pay the electricity, gas, gate charge, trash, gardening service, pest control, insurance, property tax, not to mention an $8,000 new HVAC system and all upcoming repairs that are going to come. And so we need these space rents to decrease because it impacts my ability to meet expenses for groceries, medication, gasoline. Plus, the increase in space rent decreases my home's equity and my ability to resell. So I implore you to follow the example of 101 other cities and counties in California who have already passed an SRSO or RSO. Some of those cities include Carson, Malibu, Palm Springs, Santa Barbara, Ventura, Upland, Thousand Oaks, Escondido, San Luis Obispo. Our governor boasts on television about protecting renters with the strictest laws in our nation, but I'm not protected, and I'm a renter and a homeowner. So do not delay. The time is now to ensure space increases are humane and fair.
Linda Blumenthal.
Thank you, council members, and thank you, Mr. Maritsucci. Integrity seems to be the cornerstone of some council members' decision-making regarding the RSO. My name is Linda Blumenthal. I'm a former resident of Skyline. As I drove into my park a couple of weeks ago, I came across one of our elderly residents with the Parkinsonian shuffle crossing the street. Further up the hill, another one of our residents on her walker who never fails to wave and smile. And then finally up the hill further was an elderly resident walking her elderly dog in a stroller. It's off the backs of these residents and others even more infirm in our park that this landowner is raising lot fees to cover his bad investment, stating that he is losing $1 million a month. Integrity. I bought in 2021. The previous owner was paying $1,008 a month. I was quoted $1,118 a month. 5 days before escrow closes, I was informed that my lot fee was going to $1,850. As of December 31st, 2024, my lot fee would have been $2,484.98, more than double what I was quoted when I first moved in. If my Social Security had doubled, I'd have no problem. If the last years of my employment had doubled, I would have no problem staying. But I was forced out of my home with the financial requirements for rent being 1/4 of my salary. I had no problem qualifying in 2021. Today, I wouldn't even qualify to live in Skyline.
Mary Baratic.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Mary Jo Baratich. I'm a Vice President of the Golden State Manufacturers Homeowners League. And we're a statewide corporation that works to protect the mobile home homeowners by passing laws and educating them about their rights that they do have. Please vote yes on item 9A, the mobile home rent stabilization ordinance, and I believe you might have a moratorium. Please help to keep these homeowners from losing their homes that they've paid their life savings on. Many still have mortgages along with the escalating uncontrolled rents. The space rent stabilization ordinance offers a safety net for the low-income mobile homeowners and still offers the park owners a fair return on their investments through reasonable rents of the park spaces, as happens throughout the state in 103 cities and counties with RSOs in place. Without swift and intentional policy action, Torrance will be facing a future with growing number of seniors, veterans, and other low-income homeowners becoming homeless. Please help preserve the affordability of the Torrance mobile home parks and protect these vulnerable homeowners. Thank you.
Deb Osborne.
This is a story provided by a Skyline resident. Moved into Skyline in 2020. My rent was $900. Current rent 2024 is $1,368, representing an increase of $468 per month. Her rent increase notification beginning in January was an additional $246. Her new space rent will be $1,606, and that represents an 18% rent increase for 2025. She will be underwater each month, almost $2,700. The resident is now disabled, and when she bought her house in 2020, she thought she would be able to survive. Now, having health issues, the rent's gone up and up. She's scared and has to move, but she doesn't know where or how she will move. We need an RSO, and we need better numbers than a 10% cap. That's not going to work. We need better numbers. I think it's important to remember that we seniors, we may have our health issues, we may be on limited incomes, but we have voting power. We were instrumental in getting Jeremy Gerson elected to the council. And we can do it again in a couple of years if we have to. We know there's several seats up there that are going to be coming up. We have the power to vote, And we did it once, and we can do it again.
Don Lamb. Last name was listed as Lamm. No other speakers are signed up, Your Honor.
Okay, I think those who put their name in to speak have spoken, but you still have time. These are just those who inserted their names. Now, for those who wish to speak on this item, I would suggest that you start queuing yourself. It's 2 minutes per speaker, so step up to the microphone. The microphone automatically shuts off after 2 minutes, just in case you didn't know that. So it just happens. And if you're just repeating a previous person's comment, it's okay to say, I agree with the previous comment, as opposed to saying the exact same thing. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor Chen and council members. My name is Jennifer Lamarque, and I'm here this evening representing County Supervisor Janice Hahn. The supervisor is so pleased that the council once again is considering a rent stabilization ordinance for mobile homes. She firmly believes that we must preserve all existing affordable housing in order to prevent more people from falling into homelessness. That's why she authored a motion in 2018 to enact an interim mobile home RSO for unincorporated county, and then a permanent ordinance was adopted in 2020. She urges the council to protect mobile home residents against unreasonable rent increases and help seniors stay in the homes that they plan to live in the rest of their lives. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. You often heard from Skyline ownership about the tremendous benefit of their subsidy program as a way around an RSO. But let me make clear that the program is owner-generated, has no oversight, is unenforceable, non-binding, self-regulated, and functions at the discretion of the owner. Not only is the subsidy program a smokescreen to hide excessive lot fees increases, as we told Councilor Kalani when she graciously visited our mobile home park, it is unclear whether the subsidy is given as a loan, a grant credit, or lien which will be applied when the home is sold. Some people have received checks and others have received credits in their rental agreements. The contradictory nature of the program should raise questions as to the legitimacy of it. Any way you slice it, the homeowners on a fixed income still get squeezed and still is a step closer to not being able to afford living in their homes. The ownership has indicated if a RSO passes, the subsidy program will be eliminated. If the RSO passes, we would not need a subsidy program, period. Finally, I am proud to be part of the RSO supporters which have contacted over 800 mobile homes throughout Torrance, often more than once. Don't think for a minute that we won't remind these mobile home occupants whether you supported or not supported an RSO. We ask for 4 votes supporting a fair RSO that will help secure low-income homeowners throughout Torrance to stay and not be exploited because they can. We plead with you to show the compassion, courage, and integrity to not let us down again. It is time for action and not lip service. Thank you.
Good evening. I live in Skyline, and I submitted my story to the portal, so hopefully you will review it. I wanted to tell a story of another resident who lives at Skyline. When she first moved to the park, her rent was $838 a month. With the anticipated increases that will come forth in this coming January, her rent will be $1,410. You can do the math. Her Social Security is $1,560 per month, and that is her sole source of income. She has no savings because she spent it all in caring for her husband, now deceased, for many, many years. She has, like I said, no savings, having spent the money for his medical care. She's now herself not well, and has nothing left but her home. And she finishes her stories by saying, "I'm terrified." And I think that is reflective of many of the residents at the Skyline and other mobile home parks in Torrance. We ask for your support, for your constituents, the vulnerable elders of City of Torrance. Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Matucci and council members. We were here 2 years ago. Don't let your integrity to all the first fast-talking charlatans and exploiters or Simon Legrees that raise rents to any amount that pleases them. 14%, 30%, 50%, 100%. My rent got raised $509 just this upcoming. I'm 84 years old, and I live on Social Security, and my son lives with me. And I can't move. I had open heart surgery. I'm tied to my home because I have a unit in my home that records what happens to me every single moment, 24/7. And it goes straight to Torrance Memorial Hospital. So I can't move to any other place. This is my home. I need to stay here. I can't go anywhere else. I don't have any place. I graduated from Torrance High School. I came to Torrance when I was 16 years old. And I wanted to stay in Torrance till the end. Please don't make me move. Give us our RSO, please.
Council members. Am I holding this? You go ahead. I can hold it. Yeah, go ahead. Thank you. I'm going to try and make this short. I'm being displaced from Skyline Mobile Home Park. I've lived there since 2009. My mother purchased the property in 2001. I was a co-owner, and when she passed, the owners said they were going to reassess my property because I was a new owner. I wasn't a new owner, I was an existing owner, but they said because I didn't have an application on file, I was considered a new owner. My base rent in October 23 was $12.93. In December 93, my base rent went to $21.97. In November, I just got my new increase. For November, my rent now is $23.93. Now, I am under consideration. I do receive a $708 credit, which Mr. Macera said was the highest in the park, be that as it may. I live on Social Security. My rent has increased, even with the consideration, has increased from $12.93 if you take out the $700 to $18.15. My Social Security is $23.93. I'm sorry, is $23.36.28 a month. I receive it on the third Wednesday of every month, which everyone knows. And I got a 3-day notice to pay or quit.
The other microphone still works, yeah.
My name is Joyce Smith. I am 77 years old. With my husband's life insurance, I bought a 1971 mobile home 15 years ago. I paid $1,100 a month for 13 years. And now that Saunders came here, I am paying over $825 more a month. That's $9,900 a year. I recently got a notice that informed me that my rent is going up 15% in January. That's $300 a month. I called Mike Massaro. I thought it was a mistake. I had no idea that they could do that. Mike Massaro said the percent was based on the lot you're on, and I'm on a very prime lot in the park. The day we met Saunders, he stated it was his intention to raise our rents to be compatible with all rentals here in Torrance. Excuse me. What comparables? Other types of rentals are paying for their structures with roofs and walls and land. We have already paid or are still paying for our homes. Our rent is for the dirt our houses are on. How is that comparable?
Yes, your time is up. We got it. Thank you.
Okay, which way is the city council? Okay. Torrance was founded as a city where people live. And that's what we want to do. We want to continue to live in Torrance. And we have come before this body again to ask for a rent stabilization that allows us to stay in our homes in Torrance. We think that this is just and it would be fair. We hope that the city council sides with the residents, those who they are elected to represent, those who they are elected to protect us and to defend us, not side with corporate gluttony. We are Torrance residents and will stay Torrance residents until we can no longer be so. The fact is that a rent stabilization ordinance is our reason for being able to stay here. If we do not get one, we will be poor and have to move on. But if we are awarded one, Mr. Saunders will still be rich.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Mike Mazzara. I'm here on behalf of the ownership of Skyline Mobile Home Park. Just a couple years ago, we were here in front of you guys.
Excuse me, I'm going to interrupt you. Can we restart the clock? We've let everyone else speak, so if he wants to speak, I know you may not agree with him, but give him his 2 minutes, please. Okay, Mike, just go up to the microphone very close, okay?
Is that better?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Mike Mazzara. I'm with the ownership of Skyline Mobile Home Park. Back in November 2022, we appeared before you guys, and ownership presented an agreement that the majority of this council accepted. As part of that agreement, we committed to offering long-term leases in accordance with 8B 1482. 126 residents within the park did sign leases that varied in term. Ownership also committed to appealing the tax increase. Unfortunately, thus far, we've been unsuccessful. Ownership also committed to offering a subsidy program, made changes to that program at the request of this council. Those changes being we increased the net worth requirement, and we also got rid of the solar requirements that were in there. We also held a meeting to educate residents on how to apply, get subsidies, and what the criteria was. Currently, we have 19 residents on subsidy with 4 applications pending. Currently, ownership is subsidizing residents' rents for those that most need it to the tune of $120,000 a year. Bottom line, we've adhered to everything we said we were going to do 2 years ago, and we've made concerted efforts to make sure we do that. Additionally, we assume that even though the staff report lists this item for approval tonight, the staff report's incorrect. This item's only for an introduction and the first reading of a draft ordinance. The ordinance is subject to 724 of the city charter and requires a second reading, followed by a 30-day referendum period. Council has discussed this with the city attorney, and it's our understanding that the city agrees with us. City attorney is in agreement with us on this point. Here to answer any questions. Happy to speak. Thank you.
I note that the previous speaker didn't mention the devastation and hardship that these speakers earlier have all shown, that they're on the very verge of being unhoused. I see you all with your cute, holiday sweaters about to celebrate all how good things are. Just show some heart. These a few years ago, you were talking about building tiny sheds for all the unhoused people. And I don't even know what happened with that. It was, controversial. It was right next to the police station. But get ready. I guess if you're not going to hear these people and do something, get ready to build 100 more of your tiny sheds.
Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item?
Hi, this is Andy Porchop. I remember 2 years ago, these people came here for help, and you give them no help. I remember that Mr. Muratsuchi was here, and you shut him down after 2 minutes. Hey, this is our rule. That's why I call you goober. You could have just said, motion to extend his speech. But the worst thing is that you supposed to be here for the people. You supposed to fight homelessness. And you don't give a damn creating homelessness. All these people did not have the problem before Mr. Saunders bought the property. He was so damn stupid to buying a property he couldn't make money. Other people could make money, but Mr. Saunders only can make money raising the rents 10%. I attended the financial department meeting. The inflation is like 3%. That should be criminal to charge 10% increases for people who are old, fixed income. Social Security doesn't give you 10%. Mr. Saunders gets 10%. He has no problem with medical care and living expenses. Mr. Saunders making money on the back of these people, sucking their money out of their pocket. And you sat here for 2 years doing shit. I give you a time to the next speaker. Goober.
Okay, anybody wants to follow up with some comments?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I wasn't going to say anything. I just came to hear what goes on in the city council. I'm surprised that we're limited to 2 minutes. I haven't been to a council meeting in a long time. I live in Knowles Lodge, and I wonder if Mr. Sanders, when he purchased a Sky Park, is it Skyline Park, if he did not do his homework, knowing that the kind of property he's buying has people living in it, and to investigate the type of people he's going to be managing and whose lives he's going to be affecting. As an astute investor, he has failed miserably. And now we are not without pride, and we are humble people. But every one of you is going to be subject to what we are subject to someday. I mean, you're sitting up there, but you could be sitting at the same level with us because you're all breathing in and out just like we do. You know that? We all have one God, and God we trust. So I'll tell you what, just search your souls and come down off your kind of ego, that you have positions of high authority in our city. And just imagine yourselves just with us. Bring yourself down to our level.
Anyone else who wish to speak? Okay. I'm bringing it up to the council. Does any members of the council have questions for staff at this time? Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. For the staff, I have a question. Saunders Properties representative just cited a clause and saying something that we're gonna have some kind of issue with accepting this RSO. Would you please elaborate on that?
Michelle, I'll take it. Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. He's talking about a technical, the way that we refer to how we approve and adopt ordinances. Ordinances, when they're not urgency ordinances, are adopted in 2 steps. There's a first reading and a second reading. Torrance has always said adopt, which is for the first reading, even though traditionally that's the language of the second reading. We're not trying to pull a fast one. It's just, and I've already explained that to counsel for the developer. That's just the language that we use. Traditionally, if you look at our ordinance, it says introduced and approved for the first step, which is tonight, adopted and passed. So there's no issue with the ordinance. It's just the language that Torrance has traditionally used.
Thank you for clarifying. You want to add something, Michelle?
I was just going to add that, and it will be brought back for the second and final adoption.
Sure. And I think Saunders representative also quoted our attorney that you agree with him. I just want to make sure for the record, what was the agreement?
There was, I think that was just a statement that he was saying that the adopted language, I had spoken to their attorney about their concerns with it, and he had asked, was this a first reading? And I had told him yes. So that is the agreement. There's no agreement with the developer other than the language is this is a first reading, and there will have to be a second reading in January.
Thank you for clarifying on both questions. I have a couple of comments. First, I'd like to thank Assemblyman Almarsucci for being here. Thank you for your statements. Thank you for your passion and agreeing on RSO. Also like to thank Jennifer Lamarck, who represented Supervisor Janice Hahn, and reading statement from her. On November 8th in council meeting, I addressed to our public here that at the time I was the only vote for requesting rent to stabilization ordinance. At the time I said very categorically that this issue will not go away. It will come back. Because at the time, the way we handled, we just did not do our due diligence. I think now we are at the point where we have all the facts, the history, all the information is available to us now. There are inconsistencies, what was promised. There are inconsistencies where we're told that we will have, make sure nobody's gonna leave the property, we will have some kind of clauses or agreements in the place that nobody's gonna be have more than 3, 4, 5%. But I don't see any historical data to support that's what happened for the last few years. Additionally, Skyline Mobile Park is the last remaining affordable place in South Bay for seniors with fixed income. And we believe that we need to support our residents. We need to believe, and I still believe, firmly I believe that in my November 8 comments, that this is not rent control. This is a rent stabilization, and all of you residents, none of you have ever proposed rent control in Torrance. And I am very thankful for our residents because there's a huge distinction between rent stabilization and rent control. And what we are proposing today is, again, rent stabilization ordinance. It's a huge difference. And additionally, we advocate local control. Every time we have meeting, we address that local control is so important for our city. And we all agree that we need local control to show and prove our residents that we care about you. We hear, we do exactly what our constituents and our residents want, and we are upfront of that. And this is an opportunity for us to prove by accepting this RSO that local control, how we can manage this, and we can be the champion and probably the forefront in South Bay how to handle this. So I support this rent stabilization ordinance, and I think it is time to make a sensible decision now. And again, if we don't come to agreeing on this, this will come back again. Thank you.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'd like to make some disclosures because we are supposed to, but also I want to make sure that everybody understands that I have spent a lot of time on this. I have met with the residents of Skyline. I have spoken to them on the phone. I have met with a representative from Skyline. I have spoken with representatives from the South Bay Association of Realtors. I have researched the recent elections that have now been certified to see how not only the people of Los Angeles County, but how the people of Torrance feel about any type of rent subsidy or rent control. So I have done a lot of due diligence, and I hope that people respect that I listen, that everyone is heard, and that I care. I do have some questions for the representative from Skyline, if I may, if that's okay with everyone.
Sure.
All right. While he's walking up, I just want to again thank Jennifer Lamarck for being here representing Janice Hahn's office, and also Assemblyman Marisucci, thank you for being here tonight. This is a very important matter. Question. I wanted to make sure that all the residents had an opportunity to sign the multiple-year lease at the beginning of our conversations about this. That was similar to 1482.
Yes. So back in, it was November of 2022 was the last time we were here. In subsequent months, yes, every resident that was in the park at that time had an opportunity to sign a lease in accordance with 1482. I'm not sure if you recall, but I believe it was Mike Griffiths at the time pushed for residents to be able to sign leases with variable terms, i.e. if they wanted a 2-year lease or a 4-year lease or a 6-year lease, that we would make that concession, and we did. So yes, every resident had that opportunity.
Please, you can't talk over him. Please do not interrupt the speaker.
So everybody had the opportunity to sign it, and I believe that was your question, Councilman.
Yes, and is there a maximum on that? It went to the sunset of 1482. Is that correct?
If they chose to take the maximum term of the lease, then yes, it would have been in accordance with 1482.
Okay. And was everybody offered the opportunity to apply for a subsidy?
Yes, so everybody that was there at the time we purchased the park continues to still have the opportunity to apply for a subsidy. When I spoke earlier, I mentioned that we have 4 applications currently in process. So when rent increase letters go out, they went out in September, I believe. The subsidy administrator's information was on there and said, if you have a problem, please contact this number to apply for a subsidy. So yes, everybody that was there when we purchased the park absolutely was given that opportunity and will continue to be given that opportunity.
Who are the subsidy administrators you just referred to?
It's done by a lady named Vicky Talley and her group. It's not done in-house with us. The company's called MET. It's Manufactured Housing Educational Trust, and this is outsourced through them.
So they're independent, and you do not have control over their decisions.
So what happens is the resident will reach out to MET. MET will get them an application, gather all the information, go through everything in-house, write me an email and say, Mike, we've processed this application. Here's the subsidy that the resident qualifies for. And if they qualify, they're given the subsidy immediately.
Is there a maximum subsidy that is offered? Is there a cap of $800 a month, for example?
Nope. There's no max subsidy. There's no minimum. There's no max. So the way it works is depending on your income level. Let's say, to use round numbers, the rent increase that they're given is $100. If they qualify for a basic subsidy, that limits their rent increase to $67. So the resident pays $67, ownership pays the rest. If they qualify for what we deem a super subsidy, then their rent increase will be limited to $37. The ownership pays the rent. So it doesn't matter whether the increase is $100 or $500. They qualify for the subsidy, the most they're going to pay is $67 out of their pocket.
Okay. And is there, I'm asking questions, please, because I need to know this. Is there any maximum to the amount of subsidies aggregated that?
There's no maximum. So let's say you qualified for a subsidy when we first bought the park in 2022, and you went on the program then. Your subsidy will compound year after year. So year after year, the max you're going to be out of pocket is $67. So let's use round numbers. If you're over 3 increases, let's say it was $200 per increase. So over 3 increases, the total increase would be $600, correct? 300 times 2, 600. The most you're going to pay is $67 per year. So 67 times 3, whatever that number is, that's what you would be paying out of pocket. Ownership pays the rent. And that continues to go on as long as you're a resident of the park.
One more question. I guess what I meant was, right now you said that you are providing $120,000 a year in subsidy.
That's over multiple residents, though.
Right. Is there a cap on that?
On cap, what we will pay? No, there isn't. So we made a commitment to this council back in 2022 that as long as there wasn't an RSO or a rent control ordinance, whatever you want to call it, as long as that's not in place, this program will stay in place. And it doesn't matter what it costs us. If it goes up to 160 next year or 200,000 the year after that, that's something we're going to remain responsible for. And we've made that commitment.
What happens to the subsidy if a RSO is passed?
There's language in every contract that every resident has that signed a subsidy that effectively say the program will terminate.
It will what?
It will terminate if there is a ordinance that is passed.
I see. The last time I met with the residents, a group of the residents of Skyline, one individual in particular looked at me and said that she wished they wished that they had the opportunity to sign a multi-year lease that would sunset with the sunset of 1482 if she had the opportunity to do so. So I'd like to put you on the spot, I guess, and say, is that something that you would offer the residents right now if they wanted to sign a multi-year lease to be protected by something similar as 1482.
Again, when we did this originally, it was supposed to be a one-time offer. If that's something the council as a whole would like to see, as long as nothing is enacted here tonight, then yes, I will open that up again, and I will do it as of February 1st of next year. So I will make that concession.
I'd like to see if, well, thank you. I think that's all the questions I had right now. I'd like to see if any of my,
You might want to stay around near the microphone,
Yeah.
just in case the other ones
I want to
start asking you questions.
I want to see if any of my other council members, fellow council members had any questions. Thank you for your time.
Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you. This would be for Mr. Macera. He was there. Oh, there he is. So in our staff report, you just mentioned also opening back up the leases. Can you just tell me a little more of what that would consist of?
So it would be the same lease as we had before that, I believe I said before, it was 136 residents in the park signed some sort of multi-year lease. We would open up the exact same lease in accordance with 1482 for everybody that wanted to do it. And I'll do it as of February 1st, and we'll have a month window there for people to come in and sign leases if they would like to do that.
Okay, and then they could apply for subsidies if needed, if that rent increase with the new leases?
Just because you're on a lease does not preclude you from applying for a subsidy.
Okay, so
or
that,
being approved for a subsidy. We
So-
do have people on leases that are receiving subsidies.
so let's just say currently, if you're not on a subsidy right now and you decided to sign a multi-term lease or multi-year lease, and you now needed the subsidy because you've had an income fluctuation, you would be able to open that back up again, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
And then the numbers, have you had an opportunity to read over the staff report? So those numbers are accurate. There are 264 homes there. 19 are still receiving subsidies at this point, correct? And then what struck me is 137 homeowners are not under a space rent lease. Are those the ones that are normally subjected to the increases because they're not under the lease?
So anybody that is under a lease would be given whatever 1482 was at last year, and I believe it was 8.8% last year.
It was.
If you're not on a lease, then no, you do not have the protections of 1482.
Okay. And so that's a pretty large amount of, that's almost half of the homeowners that are not under that type of protection. So how would we address that? Would that be part of reopening the leases?
Again, yes. So if you would like to sign a lease in accordance with 1482, we will make efforts to make that happen, again, depending on what happens here tonight. But we did open it up to everybody previously, sent out letters, flyers. If you'd like a lease in accordance with 1482, please see your manager and we'll make that happen for you. A lot of people took advantage of that. A lot of them didn't. So I can't force anybody to sign a lease. It's at their discretion whether they'd like to do that or not.
Understood. And so just in simple layman's terms, if I received a rent increase notification from you, let's just say it's at 10%, because I see here it's between 10 and 16%. And in our disclosures, I did call you to ask you about an 18% increase on one of our
That's correct. So there was a mistake made, and we did draft a letter, send it to the council. So went back, looked at my chart, didn't make sense. It was a lower space in the park. Should not have had a rent increase that high. Space to the right of it was 10%. Space to the left of it was 10%. Somebody didn't understand my handwriting, so
yeah, we
I
had a
apologize.
conversation about that too, of like
So
you're not
we-
handwriting anything else that has to do with the contract number, correct?
Immediately rescinded it and sent out the right rent increase letter.
Okay, so just so I understand, if I received a rent increase letter, let's just go in between and say I've got a 13% one that I'm looking at, and I haven't signed a lease. what this would allow me to do is to go back, sign a long-term lease, and then does that decrease? Does my rent go to like a 8.8% increase?
No, so the rent increases that are been sent out now do go into effect January 31st. It would protect you the following year.
So the following year would be 2026.
Yeah, it would be a 20, so the rent increases that just went out are the 2024 increases. Next year will be the 2025 rent increases. So it would protect you for the 2025 rent increase.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
Yes,
Okay.
it would, yes.
No, that's what,
The next
that's
increase
what
that
I'm
goes
asking.
out, yes. So
Okay.
once you sign that lease, whatever the date is on it, then going forward, you would be protected under that lease.
Okay, because they've already gotten the 2024
Correct. That's
one,
already gone out.
correct.
That is done.
Okay. And then I understand by some of the residents who I've spoken with, they have already gotten letters for the 2025 one?
No, for 2024.
2024.
It's only 2020. We haven't gotten to 2025 yet.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. Then what is Saunders anticipating the impact? Hold on.
I'm going to ask the audience, if the councilwoman has a question for you, then you respond, but it's hard for us to hear the conversation here.
Correct. Do you want to go back and reiterate the dates? So
the increases that just went out were noticed in 2024.
Okay, notice when in 2024?
It would have been in September. So per the MRL, we do need to provide a 90-day written notice. So whenever we do increases, we do need to do a notice 90 days prior.
Okay.
So the notices that went out were in the year of 2024 for the calendar year of 2025. It gets a little confusing because 2025 is right around the corner. So when the increases go into effect.
So is there no ability to be able to move with, because I understand the residents' concerns. I also understand the right of a fair return. Is there any way to move the post to February, since you said you would be willing to reopen that back up and reevaluate the percentages?
So we would evaluate them for the calendar year of 2025, but the increases that were sent for the year of 2024 are in place. I think what you're asking is, would we rescind those and do a lesser number if somebody wanted to sign a lease?
A long-term lease?
Yeah, we would not do that, no.
Okay. Why couldn't, I'm getting ready to stop my questioning if I get interrupted again. Is that something that could be placed in there? Because technically you haven't started collecting on that 2024 rate yet, correct?
That is correct,
Okay.
yes. Could it be done? Yes, anything can be done, but I don't think that's a concession ownership is prepared to make at this point.
At this point? I understand you can't do a commitment right now. That's something that you would have to go back for, but it would really make me a little bit more comfortable if we could look at what that looks like. I'm not saying to do it, but what it allows people to do is, I know if I hadn't signed the lease and I go, okay, so now I'm going to sign a long-term lease to protect me under those terms, because right now I'm looking at a 13%. What I'm looking at now is, okay, so now you're going to hit me with the 13% because that's what's in 2024, and then you're going to turn around and hit me again with 8.8 based on the 13%. Does that make sense?
So that doesn't, I'm sorry,
So I didn't sign the long-term lease. I got the letter from you, and remember I said I'm picking the number right in the middle, right? So in 2024, I'm getting a 13%. Correct. So I'm going to come back to you on February the 1st. I'm going to sign a long-term lease. My next rent increase is going to be based on the 13% that you charged me the year before.
That is accurate. So yes, it would be
Right.
whatever.
So-
Let's say you got 13%. Your rent was $1,000 going in, just to use round numbers to make math easy. Rent's
Mhm.
$1,000 now. If you got
Mhm.
13%, it'd be an additional $130.
Right, and then
Right,
you're going to
so-
turn around and hit me based on that 13%.
That is correct. So it would be based upon whatever the number is going forward. So whatever your rent is, the next set of increases won't go out until September of 2025. So whatever your rent is as of date X, September 2025, whatever 5% plus CPI is then would be based upon that number.
Is there a subsidy concession for that?
So
in
if
between?
you're on subsidy or you qualify for subsidy, your rent the increase would be limited to either $37 or $67, depending on what subsidy you qualify for.
Got it. Thank you for answering those questions for me.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I just want to ask a quick question before I go back to Councilman Kalani. For those, it's not for you, Mike. It's for the audience. When we're having a conversation here, please keep your voices low. But I just want to see a raise of hands. Are any of you out there in the audience have signed up for the lease agreement? Raise your hand. Okay. Okay, and keep your hand up if you also have a subsidy. Okay. I was just wondering how many because we're asking Mr. Macera to see if he's willing to. Uh-huh. I see. Well, I think no one is forcing anyone to sign. I think they offer to sign the lease. No one can force you to sign the lease. I understand.
Mayor, may I, as far as having people to identify who's on subsidies, I feel really uncomfortable. That's very private.
I appreciate your comment. Appreciate your comment. Got it.
We've got that in our staff report.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. I won't take the public poll. I was trying to help you to get a better understanding of the situation. Okay. Councilwoman Kalani.
I'm sorry, sir. I do have another question for you. 1482 has a sunset of January 1, 2030.
It does.
If something similar to 1482 was enacted, would you commit to us tonight to continue offering leases that would coincide
I can
with
certainly
something like
commit
that?
to offering the leases that we've already offered in accordance with 1482. That's 5 years away. What's going to happen in 5 years?
I know, a
I
lot
don't
could
know,
change.
and unfortunately, I can't make that commitment tonight. If I knew what was going to happen in 5 years, I'd be way better off. I wish we all did, but without knowing where we are, unfortunately, I can't do that tonight, ma'am.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Kaji.
Am I up? Mr. Macera, I have a few questions. And I'm referring to the staff report, which gives some background on Skyline Mobile Home Park, that as a mobile home park, it's considered a, quote, senior, unquote, park. So as a mobile home park, is there any sort of covenant that limits or restricts the age of residents in the park? Oh, yes. Ms.
Mayor,
Ramirez.
council members, I can actually answer that. There is not. There was at one time an agreement when back before in the 70s where there was, but then the law came out regarding how you can declare mobile home parks senior parks, and how the park was originally written didn't meet the law. And so then it was no longer considered. They do continue, though, to allow it to be a senior park, but at any time, if they wanted to allow multifamily in there, they would have the right to do that.
Okay. And then, here's maybe a historical question I don't know if you can answer. Current ownership purchased the park in 2022?
Correct.
Okay. And what was the purchase price at that time?
About 76 million.
Okay. And do you know what the property taxes were prior to acquiring the park?
It was, I don't off the top of my head. I can certainly go back and get that information, but it was, again, a family that had owned and operated it forever. They had an extremely, extremely low basis in the
Okay.
property.
Do we know how long that family owned the park?
I think they built it
Okay, so that's.
a long time.
Okay. Okay. Okay, no other questions, thank you.
If I may very quickly, Mayor, and it's actually on page 3 of the staff report where it talks about that it used to be called an adults-only park. And that was in the 70s. However, in the 80s, the California Supreme Court ruled mobile home parks could no longer discriminate by using against families with children. And then it became where you could be a senior park if you wanted to. This park did not enter into any type of official agreement to make it a senior park, but they did continue to voluntarily keep it that way. This has been also information's been included in past reports on this item brought before this council.
All right. Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. Mike, I have a couple of questions for you, if you please. Thank you. Has there been rent increase multiple times to a resident in your mobile park?
So more than one increase?
More than
in
one
12
increase?
No, there is not.
Okay. So since 2022, since you occupied this, just want to make sure that you understand my question. If you increased a rent to a resident, it happened only once since 2022.
No. So we do rent increases annually.
Annually,
So
okay.
one rent increase per year.
Per year,
That is correct.
per resident.
Yes, that's correct.
The strategy that you're applying here, I know you have other mobile parks as well. Have you applied the same strategy to other mobile parks that you're trying to do here?
I don't really follow the question.
So the strategy that you have now, so you're accommodating council's request, you're going with 1482. With other mobile parks, do you have the same type of strategy, or this is the only anomaly?
This is different. Every park, every city council,
It's
every
different.
jurisdiction is very different. We do own parks that are in rent-controlled areas. We own parks that are in non-rent controlled areas. So it depends on the jurisdiction. We don't have a whole lot of parks, so in areas that we're potentially under the threat of rent control, though.
All right, thank you, Mike. Just want to make a couple comments, Mayor, if I can. In fact, Mike, one more question, sorry. So we have about 264 units in Skyline Mobile Park.
That's correct.
And how many of them has used or applied for this subsidy program?
There's 19 residents currently on subsidy with 4 residents that have applications pending.
I don't want you to assume, but do you know why it's so low ratio? It's because they don't qualify? That's the reason they didn't apply?
I have not yet seen an application that's come back with a recommended denial. I don't know why people aren't applying. I'm certainly not in a position to comment on anybody's personal financials. They may look at the criteria and say, there's just no way I'm going to qualify.
Right, that's my point.
I don't know.
Do you think it is time to modify your program? Because nobody's taking advantage of that. We have more than 19 people here. So anyways, but a couple of comments on this. The rent stabilization ordinance that we are trying to, thank you, Mike. Sorry, thank you. The RSO that we are proposing, we have about 10 mobile home parks in our city, and I think adopting RSO will benefit to all of them. Otherwise, we're going to have the same situation like we're facing today. So let's adopt a RSO that is being proposed. Thank you.
Councilman Gerson.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Massera, may I ask you a couple of questions? I did have the pleasure of meeting you. I wanted the opportunity to get to know you as well as I had gotten to know all of the mobile home owners. When we met, I thought I'd ask some easier questions, and perhaps you could try and answer those tonight, because you couldn't answer it in our meeting. So I took kind of an ambiguous part of the contract that was offered that's supposed to mimic 1482. And I was talking about guest fees. It was very ambiguous in the contract. I was trying to figure out who gets charged guest fees, what those guest fees were, because it was just, and I know the law is completely on your side, and I was just trying to understand, when do I have to notify you I have a guest? Who is that guest? What is my charge? Can you kind of help me understand some of that?
Provision in the lease. You know, if you have a long-term guest, somebody that's going to be using the clubhouse facilities, things like that, you are supposed to notify management per the lease. If you don't notify management, is there really a way for me to do anything here? Not really. And to my knowledge, we have not charged a single guest fee on any of these leases.
But you could essentially charge a guest fee on anyone who stayed over.
Correct.
Also, if you can, on this lease agreement to get that 10% max, does it give you more control over moving lot lines and growing or shrinking the property size?
No, that's illegal. I can't do that.
Even if it's signed into the lease agreement, they can't waive that right to you?
I believe there's a whole section in the MRL that addresses this situation. So specifically, can I speak to what we can and can't do? No, but I believe this is outlined in the MRL of what you can and can't do. And any lease document that we would draft or have signed does need to be consistent with the MRL.
If I can ask a former resident, Ms. Linda, did you have access to the contract, and did you think that provision was in there?
For the lease that was offered?
Yes.
I reviewed the lease and I was advised not to sign it. I don't recall
All right.
that
Thank
being
you.
in there. I mean, I don't recall.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other council?
Mary Ann, you haven't spoken. Would you please come up and speak to that? I'm sorry.
I didn't sign the lease. I showed it to my lawyer. He advised me not to sign it. He said it was the most onerous lease he'd ever seen. It says they can move our lot lines. It's in the lease.
Thank you. One of my concerns is, and it goes back to the council before me with my predecessor, that there's a lot of policing going on. So when the subsidy program was first issued, there was the requirement that to get the subsidy, you had to put solar. So an improvement would be put by the landowner upon your improvement, your manufactured home. And because the council got involved, that went away. Because I spoke out and was given a whole bunch of rent increases of 16%, 18%, 31%. Since then, one person who is incredibly brave but wants to remain anonymous, a person on subsidy whose rent is doubling, even though they will only pay the subsidy while the owner wants to do it. So I'm not in the business of policing businesses. We have to write good ordinances, and we have to let code enforcement and other members of the staff do their jobs. And so it just is interesting to me how we're sitting up here negotiating a contract that's not bindable by either party. And so I'm just fascinated how I'm watching that. It's kind of confusing to me. Good contracts make for good business relationships. Handshake agreements aren't bindable, and I don't want to be policing every year for the next 3 to 7 years on what is and what isn't, and what should be done, and what's the new way. I'm also thinking about a bigger picture. We have 10 mobile home parks, and Skyline is being discussed because it is the most beautiful of all the parks. The owners of the homes have taken beautiful care of their properties. One of them already did a great, already discussed a lot of the things that they have to pay for, which is the same thing that all of us as homeowners do. And maintaining a home is expensive. You have a leak, you call a roofer. You call a plumber. You call an electrician. You take care of it. When you are the landlord of an apartment building, that's your improvement. You call the plumber. You call the electrician. You call the roofer. And so there's this distinction that gets lost a lot in the conversation. So one of the things that I want to make sure we're not talking about, because I heard the term developer brought up today. We are not talking about development. We're not talking about inhibiting development. In fact, I met with a developer last month. Great meeting. Meeting was, I want to bring a quality product. This is what it is. I want to build it here. This is what I'm expecting to spend. This is Torrance. You have a lot of oil wells, so I have to spend this extra money for environmental issues. This is what I put aside for legal because it's California. And in the end, this is what I expect to make. And it's very clear. A developer who I feel really good about, who's just upfront, honest, and from purchase to sale is telling me how much they expect to make. So this isn't about development. I don't know anyone who's trying to develop more mobile home parks in the city of Torrance. And so I want to take it out of the developer conversation. I also didn't like the business portion of it. We are an incredibly business-friendly city. I think about all of the great businesses in Torrance, whether it's American Honda, who has a beautiful facility, creates a great product, hires a lot of people. I mean, awesome. Love having them here in Torrance. All the way down to, Torrance Bakery. You get that nice family-owned business supplying something really, really more than just food to us, but emotion. Even when the council was determining what measures and propositions they were going to support before the November election, I came out quite verbally and took a different position and agreed with the Torrance Area Chamber of Commerce on every one of their recommendations except Measure G, where I followed our supervisor's recommendation. So this isn't business. It's not being not business friendly. What this is it's trying to balance the needs of residents versus the needs of a niche of business. And I'm going to go back on that niche of business in a minute as I go a little deeper and try and challenge some of the assumptions that I've heard made tonight. we are here with a responsibility to protect Torrance homeowners. It's interesting to me that homeowner disappears if it doesn't include all of the traditional pieces. I don't have to restate that a manufactured home is not mobile. We don't move it from spot to spot to spot. You don't see them going down the freeway on a regular basis. We know that this manufactured home is a semi-permanent structure, and it's supposed to last 20, 30, 40 years. So when I see in the staff report, you know, the distinction between real property and personal property, it got me thinking, what is a mobile home park? It's a form of investment, right? So when you take a look at the personal property that most people understand, you have the high risk, you have options, a little bit less risk, you have stocks. IPOs, initial public offerings, are more risky than other types of stocks. You have bonds. U.S. Treasuries, far less risky than corporate bonds. At the bottom, you've got CD. Common, higher risk, higher potential reward. Lower risk, lower potential reward. In the real estate section, apartment owners take on huge risk. One of the biggest risks is vacancy. They don't receive rent. They may have to do a lot of repair. They may have to paint, may have to change carpet, may have to fix walls that got holes in them while they're not receiving payment. Those vacancy costs are huge. Parks, we have campground parks, we have RV parks, we have mobile home parks. When you have campground and RV, you've got daily rentals, maybe weekly rentals. You've got a lot of advertising. There's a lot of risk in there. When you take on a mobile home park, you should be assuming that you've got 20, 30 years of a person who is committing to rent. And not only that, when they leave, they have to replace the person. You don't even have to go out and replace them. They replace them for you because they're selling their home. And so as I look at how ranking of high risk, higher rate of return, lower risk, lower rate of return, mobile home parks appear to be one of the safest land investments. And so we've come into the assumption about fair rate of return without asking an important question. We're making the assumption that that price at which was paid was fair market value, something that people use all the time. And fair market value is a misnomer, especially when you know that you can pass whatever cost it is back on to all of the homeowners. There is no risk in that. You get to pass it all down. So you can overinflate that purchase price. So in addition to I've spoken to, gosh, so many people on this issue before I even brought it forward here, including the county assessor, and having some pretty lengthy conversations and understanding the role that purchase price plays in property taxes. And so when you are balancing out that purchase price and what is that fair purchase price and what should be charged, well, in preparation for the last meeting, I thought, hey, let's just pull out and ask Zillow, what's available for someone who is renting an apartment? So I asked Zillow, I said, all right, so it needs to be a 90505, same place as Skyline. It needs to have at least 2-bedroom, 1 bath. These came out 2-bedroom, 2 bath. Zillow allowed me to put in a range between 1,000 and 1,250 square feet. I was trying to get the average size of a mobile home. 10 listings at $2,695 to $2,895. And this one, $2,700 a month, 2-bedroom, 2 bath as well. The first one that was 2,700 comes with pool, spa, workout room, putting green, and high-speed internet. And so again, I'm trying to balance out this conversation of fair market value, fair rate of return, what's a fair risk, what's a fair return, how long should it take to get that return? Really complicated questions, but ultimately comes out to that we're making assumptions. And so let me tell you what I think continues to happen. Our mobile home owners continue to be drained of all savings and all ability. They can no longer maintain their beautiful properties. We have high turnover because they only can last for a short amount of time. And we've already seen people who bought in 2022 who have already sold. And so it gets to the point where maybe they're on subsidy because now they've been drained of everything, and now they get transported to Torrance Memorial and they can't afford their bill because their savings is drained, so that now is the rest of you and me paying for that. There are a lot of dominoes falling here, and I don't want to police it. I just want to write and pass a good ordinance and let the city do their job of enforcement and get me out of the contract negotiation business, because that's not really my role on this body. So that's where I'm going to leave it for now. Oh, and I do want to thank Assemblymember Maritsuchi. I appreciate your time and for you taking that out of your busy schedule to be here because you think it's important. And please also thank Supervisor Hahn for sending you and recognizing how important this issue is. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I know I'm loved at the park. You know, I have to say that, you know, our role up here is to really vote whether we want a rent stabilization ordinance or not. I don't think we are mediators. We're not negotiators between the tenants and ownership. I mean, we can have our wants and needs thrown in there and wishes, but I don't think anybody's really under any obligation to do anything, including if it were to pass, they've already said that they're going to get rid of the subsidies, which is going to put people, I think, in a hardship, especially the ones that need it. Well, okay. What I think we should be doing is really going for a vote. If you vote yes on it, you're pro rent control or rent stabilization. It's fundamentally the same thing, guys. I mean,
Right now, I think Councilman
Yeah.
Tucci's not asking a question.
Yeah.
Just let him speak,
All right.
please.
Yeah, I mean, that argument is just, it's getting old. You're basically stripping away property rights. Now, if you don't believe in private property rights, then vote for it. You know, vote for the RSO. We just had an election with Prop 33, which failed. It failed because private property rights were more important than allowing cities to, you know, throw a big blanket of rent control or rent stabilization. As you know, and I appreciate Elmer Suchi being here tonight, pushing for his beliefs. And I always, you know, we may not see eye to eye on things, but I always appreciate an elected official, you know, taking the time to come in and fighting for the things he or she believes. And I admire that, and also from Janice's office representatives. I mean, you're here because you believe that this is the right thing to do. I personally, you know, feel like we've beaten this horse to death several times over the years. I think going back, a couple of years, it's come back over and over, and I just feel that, you know, the council made a decision back then, and I appreciate Gerson for bringing it up again, somebody that made campaign promises and willing to act out on those promises and trying to deliver on those promises. I just don't believe that Torrance is a rent stabilization city or a rent control city. We have California that's passed its own rent control when it comes to apartments. We have efforts that have failed, both at the state level and I believe at the county level. It doesn't really incorporate the city as every city within the county. I think it was just within the unincorporated areas. And again, I appreciate those efforts, but I really don't think that, we should be the body that really puts regulations on what private property owners can do with the land. It's unfortunate to say because, I'm also at the point in my life that I'm getting at that point where Torrance is getting too expensive for my family. And I get you guys, so I do feel your pain. Okay, anyways, I'm going to be voting no on the RSO, and I will continue to vote no on RSO because of my fundamental beliefs that we need to protect private property rights. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Councilman Gerson, I just want to check. Are you making a motion to close the public hearing, or you're going for the next step already? Okay.
I'd like to respond to what Mr. Matucci said.
Okay, Councilman
I
Gerson.
know he didn't mean to be offensive, but he was, because I, in front of all these people, did not make a single campaign promise to them to do this. The only promise I made was to follow my conscience. And to see people put "In God We Trust" on the wall, and to listen to the flock screaming in pain as they are slaughtered because of business practices that we know was a carve-out in California law. We know that this particular niche has so much money behind it. In fact, I'll take the opportunity to thank all the people who called me and were worried about me, because I'm taking on this huge money and these lobbies that are so adamant to protect this little niche, this little carve out in California law. And to them, in the honor of wearing our holiday sweaters, share with you a little Jewish culture. So during Passover, we have a meal. It's a Seder, and we retell the story of freedom from slavery in Egypt. But at the end of the meal, we sing a song called Dayenu. What it means is it would have been enough. And each line is a miracle that was done. And we all sing the chorus, it would have been enough. And each good deed would have been enough. If this is the only thing I can do in my short time sitting up here, this would have been enough for me to sit up here. That's how strongly I believe in my conscience, not because of campaign promise. And so it's just my conscience speaking. That's the only reason I bring this forward, not because of any campaign promise.
Okay, Councilman Matucci.
Well, I want to take the opportunity to apologize. I actually meant it as a compliment, because most politicians make a lot of promises. Yeah, forget it. Yeah, there's all this talking in the back. Anyways, I apologize. I meant it as a compliment that most politicians
appreciate it.
Make a lot of promises that they don't keep or push for. So I meant it. I apologize. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I just want to check with our community development director. I know we discussed this item quite a few times in the past. I don't think we discussed anything new tonight. Or did you hear anything newer tonight?
No, there was nothing new this evening.
Okay, got it. I just want to ask, does any council member want to take a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll make the motion to close the public hearing. Sorry.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
All right, how does the council wish to proceed?
I move that we don't approve the RSO and just accept and file.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Gerson and Shake voting no.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your participation. Okay. While the folks in the chambers are leaving, we'll take 5 minutes, and let's make it real 5 minutes this time. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Danny. Now is the time and place for public hearing on agenda item 9B, recommendation of the Planning Commission and the Community Development Director, the City Council adopt a mitigated negative declaration and approve of a conditional use permit and a development permit to allow the construction of a 260-unit townhome development, a division of lot to allow a vesting tentative tract map for condominium purposes, a modification of variance V79-3 pertaining to the off-street parking boundary for the Del Amo Fashion Center, and the modification of the development permit DVP 96-0001 pertaining to the master plan boundary for the Del Amo Fashion Center on the property located at HDA1 zone at the northwest corner of Carson Street and Madrona Avenue at 3405 Carson Street and 21405 21515 Madrona Avenue, referred to as the Fashion Square at Del Amo project. Before I ask for staff presentation, I just want to give any of my colleagues an opportunity to give any disclosures should they wish to. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I did want to disclose that I have met with the developers of the project. I have visited the project, and I will make my decision based on the information provided. Thank you.
Councilwoman Lewis.
Can I say the same as Councilmember Kalani?
Got it. Councilman Sheikh.
Ditto.
Okay. Councilman Kaji.
Double ditto.
Okay. Councilman Sheikh, did you?
Yeah,
Councilman Sheikh?
Again, ditto.
Okay. Councilman Matucci.
Ditto again.
Councilman Gerson.
Same.
And I too will make the same disclosure. All right, I just want to make sure we get that out of the way because I know once we start, we get on the roll. Is there a staff presentation?
Mayor, there is. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Lee Orts, and I'm with the Community Development Department. And tonight we have a presentation on agenda item 9B to consider the approval of a new 260-unit townhome development on property located at the northwest corner of Carson Street and Madrona Avenue, referred to as the Fashion Square Del Amo project. The project applicant, Lennar Homes, requests approval by the City Council for the adoption of a mitigated negative declaration in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, and for the approval of a conditional use permit and related entitlements. Staff notes the project was recently considered by the Planning Commission on November 6 and was approved by unanimous vote of 7-0, and is now brought to the City Council for consideration in accordance with the Torrance Municipal Code. Next slide, please. This presentation will provide an overview of the project that includes project location and existing conditions, land use and zoning designation, site plan and three-dimensional renderings, environmental analysis, and will conclude, with a staff recommendation to the City Council. Next slide, please. This slide shows a project location in green color and the surrounding urban environment. The project is rectangular shaped and bounded by 4 streets identified as Carson Street, Del Amo Circle East, a private street, Fashion Way, and Madrona Avenue. Next slide, please. This slide shows a close-up of the project location in green color and surrounding development. The project site measures approximately 16 acres and features a flat, gentle slope from north to south. The project site is currently developed with a restaurant built in 1979 and a vacant commercial building built in 1971, with the balance of the site being used for parking spaces that are shared with the Del Amo Fashion Center and seasonal event operators. The surrounding development includes professional office and medical buildings to the north and to the south, and a public school and single-family residences to the east, and to the west, the Del Amo Fashion Center. Next slide, please. These next several slides, will show the existing conditions at the project site. These images were taken by Google Street View. This slide shows a northeast view towards the project site near the intersection of Del Amo Circle East and Carson Street. Next slide, please. And this slide shows a northwest view toward the project site near the intersection of Del Amo Circle East and Carson Street. Next slide, please. This slide shows a southeast view toward the project site near the intersection of Del Amo Circle East and Fashion Way. Next slide, please. And this slide shows a southwest view toward the project site near the intersection of Madrona Avenue and Fashion Way. Next slide, please. This slide shows the land use designation. The project site has a general plan land use designation of commercial center and is bounded to the north, west, and south by parcels that share the same commercial land use designation. To the east are parcels that have a residential land use designation and a public land use designation for the public school. The commercial center land use designation allows residential development up to a maximum 1.0 floor area ratio, known as FAR, and allows a mixed-use development to exceed a 1.0 FAR with approval of a conditional use permit. Next slide, please. This slide shows the zoning designation. The project site is located within Hawthorne Boulevard Corridor Specific Plan, Del Amo Business Subdistrict 1, and is referred to as the HDA 1 zone. The project site is bounded by parcels to the north, south, and west that are also within the specific plan, and parcels to the east that have a residential zone, as well as a public use zone for the public school. The HD1 zone is described as the urban core of the city of Torrance, containing the largest and tallest of buildings, as well as the most diverse and highest concentration of land uses, such as the Del Amo Fashion Center. In comparison to other zoning designations, the development standards of the HD1 zone are more permissive to accommodate larger developments with unlimited density and building heights up to 200 feet. Next slide, please. This slide shows the project site plan. The project design builds on the existing character of the surrounding area by introducing a low-medium density townhome development that serves as a bridge between the single-family residences to the east and the high commercial activity area to the west at the Del Amo Fashion Center. The project is comprised of 260 dwelling units distributed across 37 townhome buildings that range from 3 to 5 stories in height and developed with on-site circulation, parking, community amenities, open space, and landscaping. The project density is 16 dwelling units per acre, and the project gross building floor area measures 691,309 square feet, which results in a 0.97 FAR. The project provides a total of 699 parking spaces located at ground level, which include 520 spaces that are located in private two-car garages, and 155 uncovered spaces located on site for resident and guest parking, with an overall parking ratio of 2.7 spaces per unit. The project would also involve the reconfiguration of Del Amo Circle East, a private street, with a reduction of travel lanes to accommodate new pedestrian pathways and diagonal parking spaces on both sides of the street. Next slide, please. These next several slides will show three-dimensional renderings of the project. This slide shows a view of the three-story townhome buildings. These buildings are positioned along Madrona Avenue, across from the 1- and 2-story single-family residences that are located east of Madrona Avenue. Next slide, please. This slide shows a view of the 4-story townhome buildings. These buildings are positioned along Del Amo Circle East, across from the Del Amo Fashion Center, to connect with a high commercial activity. Next slide, please. And this slide shows a view of the 5-story buildings. These buildings are situated in the northwest quadrant of the project site, near the movie theater building and commercial parking structure at the Del Amo Fashion Center. Next slide, please. This slide shows a view of the main entry along Madrona Avenue. Next slide, please. And this slide shows a view from Del Amo Circle East. Next slide, please. The potential environmental impacts associated with the project were assessed through an initial study that was prepared by an outside consultant and reviewed by the Community Development Department as the lead agency, in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act. Based on the information contained in the initial study prepared for the project, there is no substantial evidence that the project would have a significant effect on the environment when certain mitigation measures are incorporated, and therefore staff recommends adoption of a mitigated negative declaration. Next slide, please. And in closing remarks, the recommendation of the Planning Commission and the Community Development Director is that the City Council adopt a mitigated negative declaration and adopt resolutions approving the project. Next slide, please. With that said, thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council, for your time. That concludes staff presentation, and we are available for questions. It's past my bedtime.
Thank you very much. We'll now take public comment on this matter. Each speaker will have up to 2 minutes to speak. As I will share earlier, when you speak into that microphone, you really get very close to it. Otherwise, some people can't hear. Madam Clerk, has anyone signed up to speak?
Yes, Your Honor, Don Lamb.
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was used to the planning commission.
That's okay. Yeah. Okay.
I'm enjoying my friend back here in the audience. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I will go very quickly as the applicant's representative. I am Don Lamb. I'm proud to say I'm a native of Torrance. I'm a graduate of North High School. I represent Lennar Homes on this project as an old man who used to be a city manager, so I enjoy what I'm doing, and I'm very proud to present this project to you. It has been 3 years in the making. We've worked very hard with the community, but first of all, we wish to thank the City Council for all of your time and effort tonight. We know it's been a long evening. That's why I'm speaking as fast as I can. We appreciate your time. We'd like to also recognize your city staff. Your city staff have provided us extraordinary customer service. I mean, we look at all the people that we've worked with, Michelle, Leo, Oscar, Danny, Aram, Craig, Shin, and your fire marshal, assistant fire marshal, Chris Rhodes. Without them, we wouldn't be here tonight, and we really are blessed to work with such a great staff. And we work in many cities, but you need to know you have the best. We also wish to thank Simon Properties. Chuck Davis originally worked on this project. We work currently with Jocelyn Gubler. They have been very, very supportive. They actually designed all of the Del Amo Circle East new plan for the parking spaces. They've been encouraging, pushing us. We really like the support. Your staff has covered most everything. This project complies with zoning. We're not seeking any variances. You have a height limit of 200 feet. We're 4 and 5 stories. Our parking works out perfect with double car garages for every single condominium. These are all ownership condominiums. Your zone can allow up to, we have 260 units. Your housing element says up to 552 units. We're at 15.8 units per acre. Your housing element says up to 33.7. So we feel this project has a much less impact on your community, and it's something that we think that would be very compatible.
Sorry, sir, your time is up.
Mayor, if I may.
Yeah, just hang on for a second. Go ahead, Michelle.
Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. Staff must have misunderstood. We had asked the applicant if they were going to do any presentation. We were under the impression that they were not going to. That's why we did not include them on the script. We must have misunderstood, as they do want to present, and he is part of the applicant and should be given a longer time as such. So we apologize for that.
Okay. So, City
One more
Clerk?
minute?
No, I think actually maybe a little bit more than that. City Clerk, I think 10 minutes? Go ahead.
2 minutes at the max.
Well, yeah.
And just in closing, again, Simon Properties developed the Del Amo Circle. We wanted you to be aware of that. We have also reacted to the community. This is to be a gated, secure community. Feel that would be a very good way to present this and ensure the safety of everyone living there and in the surrounding area. From the traffic standpoint, and these are just quick comments that your staff haven't covered, so I'm trying to fill in some of the gaps here. We did a traffic analysis, and so for those people who might say, well, this is going to bring a lot more traffic, no, it won't. The traffic projections, when you take the existing traffic that would be generated if they were all occupied, and that being the office building and the Black Angus, and you subtract those from the traffic that's proposed for this new project, it's only 135 more trips per day. And this is certified, it's in the traffic study, your staff have seen this. So this is a very low traffic intensity type of use. With that, the last comment, we had a community outreach meeting. Extraordinary neighbors, I think some of them are here tonight. We enjoyed meeting with them back on October 28th. We invited 152 people. That was the full public notice area. 11 showed up. Of those, 4 were residents across the street on the east side of Madrona, and only one gentleman had a few comments. They were a little bit negative there, but we had a good time and gave them cookies and sent them home and said Merry Christmas. So thank you very much. We wish to again thank the City Council for all your time and trouble here, and we will be quiet and sit down and be happy to answer any questions if you wish for me to come back up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, at this moment, are there anyone from the public who wishes to make comments on this item?
Thank you, Mayor Chen, members of the council. Mr. Lamb indicated there were no variances. I see you're passing a resolution that's modification of variance. I'm not sure what that means, and I even used to sit on the planning commission. So, but it does talk about an off-street parking boundary. Obviously, we're moving it or something there. I'd like to know about that, and I apologize if it was in the packets because I didn't read through all of those. And secondly, there's also a modification of the development permit. Again, it pertains to the master plan. Maybe we're just modifying the master plan, the Hawthorne Corridor master plan. Maybe that's what we're doing. I would just like to just have those two things pulled out and answered because obviously because there's place isn't filled tonight, that they've done a good job pacifying the residents next to this thing, next to these units. And it's one of those things that something's going to go in there, I understand that, and it's set vacant for the longest time. And they've come through with, I would also agree that it is a lower density thing than what could go in there. But I want to make sure that we understand as a community all of what's going to happen. Thank you.
I was going to see if Michelle or Leo can help clarify that parking. I think I know where it is. I think it's where the Del Amo Fashion Center is, but I'll let the experts respond.
Mayor, to answer the speaker's comments, with regard to the modification of the variance and development permit, page 10 of the staff report does provide a summary of what that modification involves. And it is to modify 2 past entitlements associated with the Del Amo Fashion Center. A variance that was originally approved by the City Council in 1979, and then thereafter a development permit that was approved by the City Council in 1996 related to, or what established a master plan for the Del Amo Fashion Center. The boundary lines of the Del Amo Fashion Center established to those entitlements encompass the project site. However, the project applicant wishes to adjust the boundary line for those entitlements so that it travels north-south along Del Amo Circle, and then therefore Del Amo Fashion Center can operate on its own with its entitlements, and this project can be developed separately. That's what the modification involves.
And I think there was a question about parking, off-site parking, I believe.
Related to the parking as it involves the modification, the project does propose reconfiguration of Del Amo Circle East, which is a private street in partnership with assignment property ownership for the mall. And that would allocate 50 parking spaces that are currently located at the project site, shared with the Del Amo Fashion Center, the assignment group. And then it would allocate those parking spaces in diagonal parking spaces, north-south along Del Amo Circle East. It actually increased the total parking count for the mall. Currently there are 50 spaces. This would provide approximately 86 spaces along Del Amo Circle East, a little bit more closer in proximity to those restaurant uses and shopping centers as well. There would be no reduction in parking for the Del Amo Fashion Center, and this parking, the parking for the project will also meet requirements as well.
Got it. Thank you. And the way I understand it is right outside P.F. Chang, that street's like super wide right now. It'll get a little bit more narrow, and as you drive in, you park diagonally. So something like that.
That is correct, Mayor.
Okay. All right. Anyone else from the public? Did you want to ask a question, or let the public go first? Okay. Anyway, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Andy Porchop, just in case you forgot. You believe it or not, my deal with the city council started like 30-some years ago when people filled this room and they were against the Begonia Farm. And of course they passed, Begonia Farm was built and the beautiful part of the city. But my point is that back then they did not claim that, SB 9 or 10, we have to build this many, that many. But now you guys have a green light. Anyway, I like the project. But what I don't like is, it's very simple, one line here and, a 3-story, I'm out of it. I'm not gonna climb 3 stories, to my bedroom. Come on, give me a break. But what should be included in the how you call this plan? P.F. Chang, you just mentioned. There is a big gate at P.F. Chang at that circle, and they must have flushed out the scum. That if you try to walk there, it's filthy. It's like from the kitchen scum or something. Like I don't know what the health department should go and see that. I tried to walk there, and that really disgusting pavement. You know what I mean? Now these people gonna move in this facility, and P.F. Chang flushes out the kitchen scum or whatever. The health department should go there, and check it out, because I don't want those people to get sick. You know what I mean? Paying $1 million or $2 for these units, and stepping in that scum from PS.
Your time is up, sir. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item, please come to the mic. I don't see any, so I'll come to the council. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a couple of questions real quick. On the plans, it says Del Amo Circle North. It's actually Del Amo Circle East, right?
That is correct. Del Amo Circle East,
Okay.
north of Carson Street. There is a Del Amo Circle East south that travels between Carson Street and Sepulveda.
So on here, that should be east, or that's correct? As a north. I was just going to ask a question about it.
The length of Del Amo Circle East would be Del Amo Circle East considered north, because it's north of Carson Street between Fashion Way. But yes, it's Del Amo Circle East.
Okay, all right. Well, that street, on page 11, number 8 in your plans, is that going to be a walkthrough from Del Amo Circle into the facilities, so my least favorite crosswalk's going to remain there?
So yes, the crosswalk, whether it's least favorite or favorite.
Well, because it's just always like, whoa, sorry, I talk with my hands. What?
It'll look nice.
It'll look nicer, yeah, but there's just always people like swarming back and forth, and
So the reconfiguration of Del Amo Circle East would involve a reduction of travel lanes down to 2 lanes, along with diagonal parking spaces on both sides, east and west of the street.
Yeah, so it
that
should
would
be better.
Provide correct pedestrian-oriented travel, both from the townhome development to the commercial center to the west.
Okay, and then on Madrona, there's going to be a right turn only, correct? Because there's a medium on Madrona, that exit,
It'd be right turn only, yes.
right turn only, okay.
Right turn only, yes.
Pardon?
Right turn only, yes.
And on Fashion Way, it's right and left turns both, or is that a right?
Fashion will allow turning movements to the left and to the right, yes.
It'll have both. Okay, and then one more question real quick. Just visually, help me understand, I was trying to figure out the height comparable across the street on Del Amo Circle. The building will still be shorter than the mall, correct?
The project involves building heights from 35 feet to 67 feet, give or take, 3, 4, or 5 stories, or
Right.
4 stories with a loft up top. The building heights would be in line or comparable to the movie theater building, or just below as well, and the
Okay.
parking structure also. One of the design or site features of this, the way the project was sited, would be taking advantage of the slope as it travels north to south, so that the taller buildings are placed further to the south, so that the heights increase as you travel away from Fashion Way and Madrona intersection.
Okay. And then southwest, it'll be lower than the buildings just cat corner as well. So it would be the building with the anchor and the one just to the east of it?
Thank you. The buildings, Yes, so the project site, buildings to the southwest would be the lower building heights, yes. So
Okay.
along Carson Street, you would have 3-story townhomes, and along Madrona Avenue, you would have 3-story townhomes across from the 1- and 2-story residences east of Madrona.
Okay, thank you. I just, thank you for all the work you've done on this, and I appreciate the consideration of the builder. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I have some questions for the applicant, Mr. Lamb, graduate of North High School. So my first question is, what is the estimated total project cost?
Project cost, construction cost, or resale value?
Construction cost.
I'm just guesstimating probably 220 to 250 million.
Great. If you could project ahead as to maybe estimated sales price of units?
The estimate in the current day is probably in the 850 to 1.1 million range.
Okay.
But once construction occurs and they go up on the market, maybe in summer of 26, may change. We just don't know where the economy is going.
Sure. Okay. And then the units will be serviced by elevators from parking level on up?
The one particular building that is an elevator served, it's the higher one that you saw, the 4-story with the loft that sticks up. That is an elevator served building.
Okay.
The other 4 stories have packages of 2 levels of units and stairways in between.
Okay. So for younger owners. All right. And last question. Looking ahead at, I know that you have, the company has had other projects in the city of Torrance, and I know that we have other projects in our development pipeline, and where you are now, we're looking at our master plan for the 30-acre Civic Center facility. So I very much appreciate this type of thought and the time that Lennar has put into this, and I hope that you would consider other projects in our city. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate that very much.
Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions, Mr. Lamb, if you could, please. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your presentation earlier. And thank you for reaching out to our community. I think that's very important to all of us.
Thank you.
You mentioned that you had one outreach.
Yes, we did.
Okay. You mentioned a very few, like, how many residents were there?
Well, we invited 152, everybody on the public notice list, which covered all of the residents to the east, about 6 homes in, all the commercial buildings. 11 people total showed up of the 11, and they all signed in, and everybody was very happy. It was a small group. 4 were actual resident owners on the east side of Madrona. Some were a little bit further north, condominium owners. Only one gentleman who apparently speaks quite often here spoke, and he had questions. He felt that the project was the same set of plans that were used 15 years ago by SunCal Corporation, so we corrected him to explain that no, it wasn't, but everyone else seemed to be very satisfied, and in fact, we've had phone calls since then by 2 of the people who said they really supported the project, so it was a good evening. Because of that, we decided there was not a need for a second community meeting at that point.
So you didn't take any input from the residents because there was no input?
Of the residents, the 4 that were there voiced quite a few opinions, and we answered all their questions about potential view. Mainly they were concerned about the landscaping along Madrona.
Yeah.
And if you saw some of the renderings that were sent to you,
right.
What you see in the renderings is what will be planted. The full-height palm trees, the 40-foot palms and so forth. Lennar spends considerable dollars on landscape amenities, so we have assured them that that will be heavily screened along Madrona. The fencing, it will be more of a decorative type of wall and not a prison-looking wrought iron lockup. The security gates will be a swinging kind of a ranch style, very high-end fashion. So they all seem to be very satisfied. And we sat there and had great conversations, and we bought sodas and cookies for 65 people. So we sent a lot of people home with extra items. So it was a good time. We enjoyed it. They were very nice to us.
I think that's exactly my point, that you addressed the concerns that they had, and especially the open green space. That's very nice view coming to Madrona. That was pretty impressive, and I think the rendering
Appreciate
shows it's exactly fit well in community, and I like the model.
Well, as I told the commission, the difference is that this is the actual home builder. You've eliminated the middleman. There hasn't been a developer in between who got it processed and then sold it to a builder. The home builder, and Lennar being the largest home builder in California, they go to extremes in design and quality. That's part of the 3 years was spent on color selection and type and size of trees and on and on. So they're very, very particular to make this an extremely high quality project.
And I don't want to confuse you with other property, but my keep on asking if maybe you have read it or maybe you have not. Do you have any affordable allocation, number of allocation in this project? Affordable housing?
Excuse me, we do not have any what you would call state mandatory affordable housing. Our 3-story units that you see along Madrona down towards Carson, those are designed and priced in that 800,000 range and maybe up a little bit more to probably the younger first-time buyer, young couple. That would be what we would call affordable, but all the condominiums are 2, 3-bedroom, a couple of 4s, and no 1s. So they're really all designed for couples, young families, and the like.
And I think you mentioned earlier that maybe staff addressed that we could have gone all the way to 33 units per acre, but you decided to go 15 units per acre?
Correct. We're at 15.8 units per acre, which in your general plan is called low to medium density, not even high density. Your housing element used calculations of up to 552 units, so that would be more than double what we proposed. It'd be 33.7 units per acre. But again, we always know housing elements are written for the benefit of helping the city and getting State Department of Housing and Community Development to approve housing elements. Doesn't necessarily mean that's a realistic number. So your staff was very good to get it approved by the state, but like most people know, the lower density project like this is much less impact on the community, and that's what Lennar felt was the best product to put on this site. Very high quality, low impact, low traffic, and all double car garages.
Yes, yes.
With EV charging capability.
Correct. With solar panels as well.
Whatever the building code requires,
Yes.
and that is a difficult one to address because nowadays people want the batteries in the solar systems. Fire codes don't allow them in the garage. So there are some conflicts to still be worked out at state level in fire codes and electric codes and green codes.
Yeah, the great project. I think I like the rendering. I like the open space. I like the idea. The whole looks pretty well fit in our community.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you. I just have a request to our city attorney to please read or help us understand. I know there are a lot of projects are coming, and I spoke with you earlier. Especially this project is well within or low the ratio that we want, but state mandate us to agree with all those projects, but what are the reasons why we, what are the limitations that we have? If you could please make a more comments on that.
There's a series of state laws, but the Housing Accountability Act and RENA, our required housing that we're supposed to provide, are all part of that. And so there's punishments from the state if you don't meet those acts, and you have to have specific reasons to deny housing in writing that relate to health and safety. So unless you have written reasons to deny based on health and safety factors in the Housing Accountability Act, and if you're not meeting your RENA numbers, then the state can impose punishments on the city.
Thank you for clarifying. And even with that, I think you're going over and beyond to make this a very nice project within that meet our needs, and also a great project with the limited number of units. Thank you for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make a comment. Thank you. Well, the people writing the checks, thank them for investing in Torrance. We do need these types of investments to move forward as a city, as a community. I really love the idea of the pride of ownership. So when I saw the project pop up that it's going to be units for sale, I think I don't think we build enough places that people can actually purchase. And I do believe we do need more affordable housing in our city. But gosh, if I had to think of a project that would fit great in where that piece of land is, it's exactly the way you guys designed it. I can't stress enough how grateful I am that that money's coming into our city and being invested, because we don't see that pretty much everywhere. So there is a need that I think we're fulfilling, both with the arena numbers and also having that big vacant parking lot. My only concern is the amount of parking spaces that are being, stripped away from the mall. But I know there's a big parking structure that I just discovered. And I know it's there, but I just normally don't like to park in parking structures. But I know there's a lot of parking at the mall to accommodate. But I think it's a nice project, and I once again thank you guys for investing in Torrance. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. I think those comments, if you think about the comments you just made in the announcement that Councilwoman Kalani mentioned at the opening of the council meeting of our last week's trip to New York, one of the things we're trying to do is promote the city of Torrance. We're trying to bring in more higher-end businesses, especially at the mall there. And then, this site here will potentially bring in, the type of professionals we want to be living there, and they will be the customers going to our mall and going to our restaurants. So the pieces are falling in line, and they're producing a project that's not to the max as they legally can, but producing it so that it's a very nice project that fits in the community. But I do just want to ask a question to our staff, because some people in the public always ask the questions, and I'm glad Sir Mr. Lamb already addressed the parking or the traffic issues. Folks are always concerned, there's not enough, I'll call it infrastructure, electricity, water, or sewer. Or I assume that for the Planning Commission and CDD to both approve it, those are already taken into account. But I just want to get a response from you so that those who make those concerns know that, yes, we looked into it. Go ahead.
Mayor, as it relates to parking for the project, as noted earlier in the presentation, the project does provide 699 parking spaces. They're located at ground level, not in the form of a parking structure. They do include 520 spaces are located within 2 car garages, 1 for each unit, and also 24 spaces on private driveways as surface spaces, and also include 155 uncovered spaces located near to the park as well. Those will be for resident and guest use also. For comparison, as a ratio, that would equate to 2.7 spaces per unit. As a comparison, we did include 2 other projects that were considered, one by the Planning Commission and one by the City Council earlier this year, actually. Those projects do involve, for example, in 2022, 217-unit development along Hawthorne Boulevard that provided 412 parking spaces, which came out to 1.8 spaces per unit. And earlier this year, the City Council approved a 272-unit multifamily development that provided 461 spaces, and that came out to 1.7 spaces per unit. So this project does provide more parking than comparable or recent trends in multifamily development. And all this information is noted on page 9 of the staff report.
Yeah, I guess the other ones is, I think I know your answer. It's like, there's not enough electricity for my home if you develop 260 more townhomes, or my water's gonna stop coming out of my spigot, or, or my sewer's gonna stop working.
Mayor, as it relates to utilities, yes, those items were considered, in this case in the form of the preliminary environmental analysis that's contained in the initial study, which did consider those and did find that there would be no impact to existing utilities, and the site can be adequately served by the infrastructure that's in place, water, sewer, gas utilities.
Great. Just want to make sure I ask a question, because those are some of the comments we get, and I'm sure you're not going to develop projects that you cannot support. Any other, I guess I don't see any other questions, so I'm going to entertain closing public comments.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Public hearing, there you go.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay, I could tell by the way our conversation went, this might be a fast one. How does the council want to proceed?
I would like to move that we go with the recommendations of the Planning Commission and Community Development Director, that we, let's see, go through one.
I guess I should have asked the city
four.
clerk for number and title, please.
We got six resolutions.
resolutions.
Right? Yes.
Your Honor, the first resolution is resolution number 2024-92, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, adopting a mitigated negative declaration for the Fashion Square at Del Amo project in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act. Resolution number 2024-93, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving a conditional use permit as provided for in Division 9, Chapter 5, Article 1 of the Torrance Municipal Code to allow the construction of a 260-unit townhome development on property located in the H-DA1 zone at the northwest corner of Carson Street and Madrona Avenue at 3405 Carson Street and 21405, 21515 Madrona Avenue, APN 7366-019-123, 7366-019-182, and 7366-019-183. Resolution number 2024-94, resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving a development permit as provided for in Division 9, Chapter 2, Article 36 of the Torrance Municipal Code to allow the construction of a 260-unit townhome development on property located in the H-DA1 zone at the northwest corner of Carson Street and Madrona Avenue at 3405 Carson Street and 21405, 21515 Madrona Avenue, APN 7366-019-123, 7366-019-182, and 7366-019-183. Resolution number 2024-95, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving a division of lot as provided for in Division 9, Chapter 2, Article 29 of the Torrance Municipal Code to allow vesting tentative tract map number 83498 for condominium purposes on property located in the H-DA1 zone at the northwest corner of Carson Street and Madrona Avenue at 3405 Carson Street and 21405, 21515 Madrona Avenue, APN 7366-019-123, 7366-019-182, 7366-019-183. Resolution number 2024-96, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving a modification of variance V79-3 as provided for in Division 9, Chapter 2, Article 28 of the Torrance Municipal Code pertaining to the off-street parking boundary for the Del Amo Fashion Center on property located in the HDA1 zone at the northwest corner of Carson Street and Madrona Avenue at 3405 Carson Street and 21405, 21515 Madrona Avenue, APN 7366-019-123, 7366-019-182, 7366-019-183, and the last resolution, Your Honor, resolution number 2024-97, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving a modification of development permit DVP 96-00001 as provided for in Division 9, Chapter 2, Article 28 of the Torrance Municipal Code pertaining to the master plan boundary for the Del Amo Fashion Center on property located in the H-DA1 zone at the northwest corner of Carson Street and Madrona Avenue at 3405 Carson Street and 21405, 21515 Madrona Avenue, APN 7366-019-123, 7366-019-182, and 7366-019-183.
That's a record, I think. That has to be a record.
So Councilman Tucci, did you motion to approve that?
Yes, I'm not going to repeat all those, but if we can go with what you said, yes, that's my motion.
I think
To adopt those resolutions.
I think we should ask Rebecca to repeat it.
And with total respect to our clerk for rambling all that off, I second the motion.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
All right, congratulations. Looking forward to some nice homes there. I'm sure we'll get some complaints about construction traffic, but
It's temporary.
it's temporary.
Thank you very much and happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you.
Okay. Let's see. Now is the time and place for a public hearing on agenda item 9C. Conduct a public hearing under the requirements of the Federal Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act and the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 as amended by resolution, and adopt a resolution approving the issuance of the California Enterprise Development Authority revenue obligations in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $37 million for the purpose of financing and refinancing the cost of the acquisition, construction, renovation, equipping, and furnishing of healthcare facilities for the benefit of benevolence health centers. Has this matter been properly advertised?
Yes, Your Honor, it has.
Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Sheila Pasan with the Finance Department. Item 9C is a recommendation to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution approving the issuance of revenue obligations for Benevolence Industries Incorporated's financing purpose. Benevolence Industries Incorporated, doing business as Benevolence Health Centers, has provided health care and educational programs to the underserved and uninsured in Southern California since 2005. Benevolence is now seeking to purchase 6 health facilities in California, one of which is located in the city of Torrance, through the issuance of revenue obligations. Benevolence is a California nonprofit public benefit corporation that is eligible to obtain tax-exempt financing through the California Enterprise Development Authority, who I will refer to as the authority for purposes of this presentation. The authority's purpose is to issue tax-exempt and taxable revenue bonds to fund development projects within member jurisdictions, including to finance facilities leased by organizations described in Section 501c3 of the Internal Revenue Code. In order to satisfy the requirements of the Federal Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, TEFRA, who I'll refer to, and the Internal Revenue Code, a TEFRA hearing must be held by the applicable representative of the governmental unit having jurisdiction of the territory in which the facilities are located. The City Council of the City of Torrance is the elected legislative body of the city and is the applicable elected representative to approve the financing of this Torrance facility. It is important to note that the city has no responsibility or liability whatsoever with respect to these obligations, and that the hearing is solely for the purpose of satisfying the requirements of federal TEFRA and the Internal Revenue Code. We are also joined tonight by Jessica Shaham, a partner at Katak Rock LLP, as the bond counsel assisting Benevolence Industries, and is available here as well to answer any questions. This concludes my presentation, and again, I and Jessica are available. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Passan. We will now take public comment on this matter. Each speaker will have up to 2 minutes to speak. Madam Clerk, has anyone signed up to speak?
No, Your Honor.
Does anyone in the public wish to speak on this item?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Interesting thing here. I understand this is required by law. I understand that we have a healthcare facility jurisdiction. What I'm trying to understand is what is the purpose, other than just satisfying a law requirement, that there would even be a required approval of our governmental body? Because we have no obligation. We just happen to have the healthcare situation in it. Somebody else is going to issue the bonds. Somebody else is going to pay for the bonds. Are we just going through the motions? I'd like an answer to that question. Why are we doing this, other than just satisfying TEFRA?
I'm afraid you might not like what I tell you.
I can jump in on that. Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney, you nailed it. It's the federal government's rules, and we're just complying with them.
Yeah. You responded much nicer than how I would have. But anyone else wish to speak on this item?
Hi, this is Andy Porchop. A good thing I came to the meeting because I was reading it on my little tablet, because you don't print copies anymore. I was very confused, just like the speaker in front of me. What the hell we put this on the agenda for? You know what I mean? Without my speaking, or he speaking, or you spending more time here, you could have just signed this here. You know what I mean? This is a done deal, just like the previous agenda item. But what I don't understand, other important items on the today's agenda, it's not even on the agenda, it's in the consent calendars, millions of dollars, what the taxpayers pay for. You don't even talk about it. Accidentally, you pulled on an item for over $500,000. And I wish my English would have been a little better, but just as I said, I heard the presentation. Now, I understand what it's all about. It's almost said a bad word, but it's like we cannot do nothing about it. We just have to do it, But I speak 2 minutes because Timmy Goodrich has to stay up, I mean, I'm sure it's past his bedtime, and I'm sorry I interrupted his speech when he was speaking, but he interrupted my speech, looking at my zipper. Timmy, my zipper is up, and I'm sorry we're passing your bedtime, but that's why I'm talking 2 minutes, because we are here for nothing. You could be sleeping already like a baby, as you always do, and think about my zipper. Anyway, I yield my time.
All right. Guess our first speaker was wondering we were wasting our time. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item? I don't see any. Any members of the council have questions or comment on this? I don't see any. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
I move that we close the public hearing.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
City Clerk, may I have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is resolution number 2024-98, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving the issuance of revenue obligations pursuant to a plan of finance by the California Enterprise Development Authority in aggregate principal amount not to exceed 37 million. Is it 37 million? For the purpose of financing and refinancing the cost of the acquisition, construction, renovation, equipping, and furnishing of certain healthcare facilities for the benefit of Benevolence Industries Incorporated and or a related or successor entity, providing the terms and conditions for such obligations and other matters relating thereto.
I move that we adopt Resolution 202498.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Now we are moving on to administrative matters. Item 10A from the Public Works Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Your Honor. Lewis Ochoa with Public Works Landscape Manager. Good evening, Your Honor and City Council. Item 10A is the recommendation of the Public Works Director that City Council approve permanently discontinuing the use of recycled water for the irrigation on Artesia Boulevard parkways between Hawthorne Boulevard and Western Avenue due to cross-connection concerns, and relinquish and return the Artesia Boulevard Parkway maintenance responsibilities back to each adjacent property owner between Hawthorne Boulevard and Western Avenue. And we also have a PowerPoint presentation. In 2003, City Council approved the following landscape improvements on Artesia Boulevard from Hawthorne Boulevard to Western Avenue, which is approximately 2.5 miles. The installation of recycled water irrigation in parkways and center medians, planting of pear trees and sod in parkways. A parkway is the area between the sidewalk and the street. Planting of trees and vegetation in center medians. A variety of trees were planted in the medians, such as gold medallion trees, jacarandas, and New Zealand Christmas trees. Next slide, please. The city currently provides parkway recycled water for irrigation. We maintain the irrigation system, which consists of controllers, valves, PVC pipe, and sprinklers. We also mow approximately 1.5 acres of turf in the parkways, and we also maintain trees in the parkways. Next slide, please. Property owners or their landscapers have cross-connected their private potable water irrigation system in the cities with the city recycled water irrigation system in the parkways. Cross-connection mixes recycled water with potable drinking water, which is not allowed and is a health concern. Next slide, please. Since this is a health concern, the County of LA Public Health has suspended the use of recycled water irrigation multiple times due to cross-connection issues. And they have recommended that the irrigation to the parkways be permanently disconnected. The irrigation has been off for over 2 years now. Recycled water will resume in the center medians. There are other center medians in the city that have recycled water, and there have been no issues with cross connections. Medians are not easily accessible, unlike parkways. Next slide, please. The city recently planted 110 new trees in vacant parkways and center medians. These trees were planted as part of the citywide tree planting program. There are now 512 street trees on Artesia. The city will continue to maintain the trees in the parkways, which includes trimming and watering the newly planted trees with our mobile water tank. We will also continue to maintain the trees, vegetation, and irrigation in the center medians. Next slide, please. Our recommendation: to permanently discontinue recycled water to the parkways. This is the only area in the city where we pay for the water to irrigate parkways in front of private properties. Return parkway maintenance responsibility of irrigation and mowing to the property owners, consistent with Torrance Municipal Code 75.1.13, which states that it shall be the duty of property owners to provide for maintenance of grass and landscaping in public parkways abutting their property. This is the only area in the city where staff mows the parkway turf in front of private properties. Inform 192 property owners that are adjacent to the grass parkways of their transition, and issue 60 and 30-day written notices of letters and door hangers. Returning the parkway maintenance responsibility back to the property owners would allow staff approximately 72 labor hours per month
to perform other landscape maintenance duties. For example, weed abatement, mowing, trimming, trash debris cleanup, and irrigation repairs. It would also allow staff to continue with landscape improvements, such as the current beautification project that we're doing right now on Hawthorne Boulevard, the center medians. With that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much. I think we're now, since we're in administrative matters, we'll go to the public, and they have 1 minute. Is that correct, City Clerk?
This is Andy Porchop, just in case you don't know. They also call me now, what kind of a fly, but anyway. This is always my nightmare, you know, when I heard it, you know, in the big, great states of America and California and Torrance, we're using recycled, cleaned water. You know what I mean? And you spent millions of dollars to put it in good use where children play in schools. Shame on you. Shame on you, really, because this is just a health issue. You know, I'm very happy and vote for it to discontinue this and discontinue from schoolyards. Because if I can't touch it, but I cannot drink it, I don't want to touch it. This is a disgrace. Saving water or saving money. Bull roar. Cowpocky.
Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak? I don't see any. Any questions from anyone from the council? I don't see any. Okay. Councilman Tucci.
Yes, Mayor. I'd like to approve item 10A with the recommendations of the Public Works Director.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor,
Almost
that motion carried unanimously.
Almost sounds like we're running out of gas here. So at least there's two things we did tonight so far that the public really needs to know. That there's going to be more parking enforcement starting next year, and then the homeowners on Artesia Boulevard who's been used to not maintaining their landscape or along Artesia needs to start doing it. So don't be surprised. Don't let your lawns go yellow. Item 10B from the City Manager and Community Development Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honor. Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. Item 10B is the City Manager and Community Development Director's recommendation that City Council, 1, accept and file an update report on the city's progress in addressing homelessness, and 2, approve the extension of 3290 temporary housing operations for an additional 3 years to June 30th, 2028. Prior to me introducing the staff that will be presenting the item on behalf of the City Manager, Ram Chaparian, we believed it was important to acknowledge where we started. Thanks to the City Council's leadership, the city instituted its Social Services Commission, which was formed to help address a number of community priority areas, including in the areas of responding to the unhoused. And it included some members of our current City Council that helped with the development and formation of the city's homelessness response plan. That plan identified the importance of diversifying our approach in responding to homelessness. Prior to 2021, we relied overly on Torrance Police Department, Torrance Fire Department, Torrance Unified, local faith-based and nonprofit organizations, and the county to be the first point of contact and to provide services. Thanks to the mayor and council's leadership, in 2021, the city retained its first street outreach position in order to gain a better understanding and improve our response by going through the difficult process of attempting to select a venue by which the city can get into this space of offering interim housing solutions. In July 2022, that facility opened, and it's traditionally known as 3290. It included 40 units of interim housing, and it was a model for what other organizations can replicate. Our response to homelessness has been one of agility to address dynamic factors, including the changes in laws and the interpretation of those laws by the court system. the needs of the unhoused, the availability of resources, our continuous effort to pursue and secure funding sources at the federal, state, regional, and nonprofit entity levels, and the availability of qualified and trained staff who can help us and do this difficult work day in and day out. This item tonight again asks Council to extend the interim housing site for 3 years. This is a cross-departmental effort that literally touches every single department, but with considerable leadership from the Community Development Department, the City Attorney's Office, Torrance Police Department, and the City Manager's Office. With that, I would like to introduce Management Associate Zulma Gent to take it from here.
Thank you, Mr. Santana. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Zulma Gent with the City Manager's Office. Tonight's presentation, as Mr. Santana mentioned, brought forth to your honorable body, will be presented by Julia Smith, Norma Alvera, and myself. Next slide, please. And on the topics of presentation that we will be focusing tonight will be, I will provide a brief background on 3290s, which is the city's temporary housing program. Julia Smith will cover cost projection and funding, while Norma will cover the city's response to homelessness via street outreach and 3290. Eventually, Julia Smith will wrap up the item by providing next steps and recommendations to your honorable body. Next slide, please. On June 22nd, your honorable body approved Torrance Civic Center grounds to be a site for interim housing for a period of 12 months. On April of the following year, your honorable body awarded to Harbor Interfaith Services to provide interim housing services for that site. That same year in July, the city conducted various open houses to familiarize the community members with the temporary housing program that council had approved. And on July 5th of 2022, 3290 opens its doors and the first client intake was conducted. Next slide, please. On April 11th, your honorable body extended 3290 for a period of 24 months through June 30th of 2025. And on June 6th, your honorable body extended that same contract with Harbor Interfaith Services for operations of that site through June 2023. Consequently, on June 4th, the following year, your honorable body extended the contract with Harbor Interfaith Services for operations of the site through June 30th, 2025, which brings us to today's presentation. And Ms. Julia Smith will present on the metrics and, on the budget.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of City Council. Julia Smith from CDD. So this slide shows the future funding and cost projections for the city's temporary housing program at 3290. The current operating cost of the site is $1,867,002 yearly, with the contract with Harbor Interfaith Services. The contract is fairly comprehensive. It does cover security, insurance, utilities, meals, and staffing. Should council approve the extension, the city would prepare an RFP. The funding necessary to cover the contract will be dependent upon the proposals received, as well as potential yearly cost of living increases, but we can use that $1.8 million as an estimate. So in terms of current funding, the city has $1 million of unused funding from Congressman Ted Lieu's community project funding, congressional appropriation from fiscal year 2023. In addition to external funding sources, with council's direction, Measure SST funds can be utilized as a recurrent funding source for 3290. Staff anticipates approximately $800,000 yearly from the existing Measure SST operating budget that could be utilized for 3290 operations on a recurring basis. Additionally, there's currently $948,477 in SST funding appropriated to homeless response that has not yet been utilized from the current fiscal year, which is 24-25. If this funding is not utilized this fiscal year, it could be appropriated to interim housing operations on a one-time basis to offset potential lapses in grant funding in future years. In order to use additional one-time budgetary savings in the future for 3290 operations through SST, that funding would need to be appropriated yearly in the Measure SST budget. So in addition to SST, Staff anticipates receiving a yearly allocation from the State of California Permanent Local Housing Allocation, also known as PLHA. The city has historically utilized this funding for 3290 operations each year. The PLHA funds are generated based on a fee on real estate transactions. Therefore, it's variable year to year based on the amount of real estate transactions. Staff estimates between $291,000 to $550,000 yearly from this allocation, and it is a non-competitive allocation. Additionally, for potential future funding sources, Measure A passed in November 2024. This ballot measure replaces Measure H and raises the sales tax to half a cent with no expiration date. The city currently receives $1,284,800 in Measure H funds through the Los Angeles County Homeless Initiative for 3290 operations. In a recent meeting of the LA County Supervisors, LA County staff projected approximately $96 million in local solutions funding next year. The city has engaged in conversations with county staff prior to the passing of Measure A and will continue to do so should council concur with staff's recommendations. Staff believes there are sufficient funding opportunities, both secured and future, to fund the operations contract for the next 3 years. So now I'd like to hand it off to Ms. Norma Olvera, who will provide the update report on the city's progress in addressing homelessness in Torrance.
Good evening, Your Honorable Mayor and Council. My name is Norma Olvera, and I'm one of 3 homeless outreach coordinators with the city. I work alongside my colleagues Valerie Hernandez and Irene Valencia Sanchez. Since the inception of our 3290 Tiny Home program, the goal has always been to attain permanent housing for all of our clients. Before our clients are placed at 3290, our street outreach team is usually working with clients, and we confirm that the clients meet the eligibility criteria for the program. Once in the program, Harbor Interface Services staff supports clients with additional resources that can help prepare them for stability and independence and prepare them for a permanent housing placement in the future. Harbor Interface staff are experts at what they do, as they are the lead homeless services agency in our region that covers Torrance and neighboring cities, and they have full access to the county's coordinated entry system, also known as CES. It is via this system that our clients, especially our high acuity clients, can be matched to different housing vouchers. To date, our clients at 3290 have been permanently housed primarily through housing vouchers, but some have also been permanently housed via family reunification as well as private market rentals. Next slide, please. On the screen before you are some metrics from our 3290 Tiny Home program from the program's inception until today. I'd like to note that on the council item, we have a table like the one you see before you. In the item, however, we share that we have 3 clients matched to housing vouchers. However, that number reflects current clients with vouchers. The data you see before you reflect the overall number of 3290 clients who have been matched to housing vouchers via the coordinated entry system. Since July 5th, 2022, 38 clients from our Tiny Home program have been permanently housed. 33 clients have been matched to housing vouchers, and 53 clients overall have been connected to healthcare services. Next slide, please. As mentioned previously, I'm one of 3 homeless outreach coordinators with the city. I work alongside Valerie and Irene to address homelessness in Torrance, whether it be street homelessness, vehicular homelessness, or even sometimes preventative efforts, so someone does not fall into homelessness. We respond to homeless outreach requests, but more than that, we problem solve every day to help our neighbors who often have no one to help them. To do this work, we have to utilize all resources we can and collaborate with other agencies in order to best support our neighbors who experience homelessness or housing insecurity. We do have many partners that we work with, but some of our key partners are our Torrance PD Community Lead Officers, the South Bay City's Council of Governments, Shared Collaborative Housing, and Venice Family Clinic. Thanks to Mayor and Council and everyone who makes this work possible, we can outreach those in need of homeless services, identify where they are, and connect them to the appropriate resources. If someone is open to shelter, we do everything we can to make sure that they can get connected to that shelter, but we understand that not everyone will be ready from the get-go to access services or accept services. However, it's our job to make sure that we build rapport with our clients and continue to outreach them until maybe one day they change their mind. We are also transparent, however, with our clients about Torrance's anti-camping ordinance, and if need be, we connect with our community lead officers to follow up and further explain the city ordinance and to determine if enforcement is necessary. Next slide, please. Since July 5th, 2022, there have been 45 homeless encampment cleanups in the city. I'd like to note that street outreach team is present during cleanups in case our CLOs identify anyone that is open to getting connected to services. So we make sure we support folks who are there or who might be there who are, open to getting connected. When this item was being prepared, the number of outreach responses was 616, which might be the number you see on the item. However, the slide before you represents the most recent data. There have been 710 outreach responses since July 5th, 2022. Additionally, our street outreach team has permanently housed 34 individuals experiencing homeless in the city of Torrance. This means that 34 people we worked with went straight from literal or vehicular homelessness to a permanent housing solution. One thing our team has realized in doing this work is that having 3290 has allowed us to house more people directly from streets to permanent placements. 3290 is home to a lot of clients who are considered high acuity, and that can be maybe because they experience chronic homelessness, they might have a mental disability, or other barriers that makes it more difficult to find them resources quicker. However, having 3290 and Harbor Interface staff work with them allows us to be able to work with people on the street and get them connected to housing placement sooner. Next slide, please. As some of you may be aware, we have a homeless dashboard in our city website. So if you're interested in keeping up with our homeless response data, you can access the dashboard by going to www.torranceca.gov/homeless. Our team has worked to make sure that we make referrals, make accessing our services as accessible as possible. So we do have many means to submit homeless outreach requests. Folks can reach out to us via the My Torrance app and submit a referral through the app, or also email outreach@torranceca.gov. Folks can also text the outreach team, and we usually recommend people text us because a lot of times we are out on the field and we are supporting clients, so it's sometimes difficult to answer the phone, but we'll always follow up. If someone leaves a voicemail or texts us. I'd also like to note that our team is now working 6 days a week. My colleague Valerie Hernandez is available Monday through Friday. Irene is available Tuesday through Saturday, and I'm available during regular City Hall open hours. You can reach Valerie Hernandez at 310-803-3390. Irene can be reached at 424-323-8934, and I can be reached at 310-357-8951. One thing we also ask, and we reiterate constantly when we connect with folks, is when you submit a referral, if you can please be as specific as possible, because sometimes, that's going to make the difference in whether we identify the person you are referring. So if you do refer someone, let's say it's at a bus stop, if you're able to send a photo, if you're able to maybe describe what the individual experiencing homelessness might be wearing, so we have a better chance of spotting them when we reach out. With that said, I will now turn it over to my partner, Julia Smith. Thank you.
Good evening again, Julia Smith from CDD. So in addition to the efforts described by Ms. Norma Olvera, the city has continued to pursue additional initiatives related to homeless response, which we'll get into now. As has been noted in previous updates, one of the main challenges to interim housing and street outreach success is connecting participants with permanent housing quickly. To address these challenges, the city has pursued additional initiatives aimed at expediting that transition from interim housing or street homelessness to permanent housing. So the city is partnering with the South Bay Cities Council of Governance for a time-limited subsidy program and a functional zero program. The time-limited subsidy program will provide temporary rental assistance with the goal of transitioning participants to self-sufficiency. Also, the city is beginning a partnership with PATH, People Assisting the Homelessness, for housing navigation. PATH will be providing housing navigation services to 20 clients at 3290 to assist them in achieving long-term housing solutions. Lastly, per council's recommendation, CDD hosted an information session for property owners regarding voucher program benefits last month. The goal of the session was to promote the voucher program, as many residents of 3290 are often connected to vouchers for permanent housing. A recording of that webinar is available on CDD's website. Next slide, please. So now we're going to go into the two different options in terms of next steps. So the first option is, should council concur with staff's recommendation to extend the term of 3290? So should council concur, staff will complete the formal RFP process for a site operator contract. In May 2025, staff would return to your honorable body for contract approval. July 1st, 2025 is when the new contract would begin in the same structure as the current contract, which is 1 year with two extensions. Staff would continue to seek additional funding opportunities for site operations through June 30th, 2028 on an ongoing basis. This does include engaging with the county regarding Measure A funds. And additionally, the city would continue to balance services with enforcement of the city's anti-camping ordinance. The city has been enforcing the anti-camping ordinance since its enactment and would continue to do so should 3290 be extended. Next slide, please. So should council decide not to extend the term of 3290, Harbor Interfaith Services would work with LASA to find new placement for the current 3290 residents beginning in early 2025. City staff would collaborate with the Los Angeles County Development Authority for shelter unit and support unit minimum use period. The minimum use period for the units is 5 years. As of June 30th, 2025, will be at the 3-year mark. Site operations would cease on June 30th, 2025. The street outreach team would continue to outreach people experiencing homelessness in Torrance and connect them with interim and permanent housing options outside of Torrance. And as in the previous scenario, staff would continue to balance services with enforcement of the city's anti-camping ordinance, as has been occurring since the ordinance's enactment. Next slide, please. So as outlined in the presentation, staff views 3290 as an essential component of the city's homeless outreach response. 3290 serves as a resource for the street outreach team to quickly transition people experiencing street homelessness into interim housing. Additionally, 3290 provides access to resources for the most acute cases so that they can be connected with permanent supportive housing through the coordinated entry system. So the recommendation is that City Council approve the extension to June 30th, 2028 and accept and file the update report on the city's progress in addressing homelessness in Torrance. As noted previously, should your honorable body concur with staff's recommendation, staff would proceed with that RFP process and return for contract approval in the spring. Staff will continue reporting semi-annually to council with monthly updates to the Homeless Services dashboard regarding homeless response. So that concludes staff's presentation, and we're available for any questions.
All right. Well, thank you for the whole team for bringing the update to us. I know it takes a lot of work. This moment, I'll go to the public. Anyone from the public who wish to make a comment?
Andy Porchop, great presentation, great work, you know, great job for 3 ladies, you know, they benefit from them, great way to use the people's tax money, you know, all these millions of dollars, not talking about the 25 billion that just unaccounted in California. Anyway, you know why is it good job? Because we have more people working, more money spent, and we have more homeless. And you met some of them, future homeless, here earlier. You know, because they're going to lose their home, they're going to be on the street, and maybe because they're old, maybe they're not going to be that long. But anyway, this is great job creating more homeless and spending more money. Great job. You guys are great.
Anyone else from the public wish to speak? I don't see any. I'll bring it up to the council. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you. Thank you for the comprehensive presentation. I appreciate all the work. My comment is just more or less a thank you. I just want all of the homeless team and the outreach team to know how much you are truly appreciated. What you do is not easy, especially when you face overwhelming challenges and pushback from the community, and you get council pressure, you get resident pressure, and I just want all of you to know that in spite of that pressure, you still continue to show up every day. And that also includes our phenomenal CLO team, which I see 2 of them here in the audience as well. I know I call on you a lot to accompany me to a lot of community neighborhood watch meetings, and you show up each and every time, and you're always the main event, and you're super responsive. So from all of our folks that in District 2, and especially for me, I just wanted to say thank you. And please continue to do the phenomenal job that you do. You have a reputation outside of Torrance for how well your team performs. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to give definitely a shout out to our outreach team. They're dealing with some very tough situations out there, and of course, our PD and fire. It seems like a lot of the calls that come in are unfortunately homeless related. So I do appreciate all the efforts that have been put together to put together this program. Now there's mention, there's a bed at home. Anyways, I believe the 3290 program is working to a certain extent. I do believe that it needs to stand on its own 2 feet. In other words, I don't think we should be using SST money to run that particular portion of the program, our homeless program. And the reason I say that is because we contribute tens of millions of dollars, probably what, 20 million a year to Measure H. We get about $1 million some back. I think we're donating a lot of money towards the efforts in LA County, and to put, taxpayer money from SST into that program that should be really standing on its own 2 feet. I don't think that would be wise. I do believe that the SST allocation of $1 million a year should be used as a supplement to whatever programs or other efforts outside of the 3290. Very tired, huh? Yeah. Do we have a number of how many clients at 3290 have been there since day one? I'm scared to ask.
No, thank you, Councilmember Zulmagent with the City Manager's Office. Yes, currently there are 2 clients still there from day one. One of the clients, he did suffer there was some illegal activity with his Social Security monies. So the director at 3290 did assist him to clear that up. And because of somebody was actually tapping into his Social Security funds, he wasn't able to be matched to a voucher because he didn't have any income. So now that that has been cleared, he's now working towards a permanent housing voucher. And the second client, he's extremely high acuity, and Norma is working with the South Bay COG to submit the city's first care court case. Now that we have a psychiatrist at 3290, the psychiatrist is assisting us to finalize that application process. And with the guidance of the South Bay COG, we will get that person the help that they need. So those are the 2 clients left.
Okay. Yeah, and an 8x8 room with air conditioning and heater and blankets and a soft, bed is better than living on the streets, but I don't think they're designed for long-term, housing needs. There's obviously a need out there. If we can get people to accept the help, the programs are out there. There's billions of dollars being spent. But my concern is that, if we do extend this for a few more years, is that we, figure out a system that can actually transition people a little bit quicker. It has nothing to do with your efforts, obviously, but in speaking with, whether it's LA County or state representatives, I know we're trying to get money and funding and mental health, programs and facilities, but it's just one big machine with a lot of moving parts. So I realize how difficult. I didn't realize how difficult this would be until you guys started piecing it together. So, anyways, I do appreciate it, and let's see. Going to the homeless page, I realize that we update the homeless page on the website. Some of the feedback I got from the public is that it doesn't really have many resources there. I'd like to, me personally, I'd like to see maybe more links to other organizations. I mean, the key to get somebody to a website is to give them as many options as possible. And just doing a quick search on it, it does seem like it's maybe shy on resources. It does have a lot of great information, but mainly if I'm looking for statistics, and somebody that's experiencing homelessness is probably looking more for resources than statistics, So I think it's great for the general public to know where their tax dollars are going, but maybe gear it more towards the mindset of an individual that's out on the street and has to go to maybe the library to get internet. That can, what resources are there, So your phone is, starting to fall apart. Is there an organization that can help them get a new phone? Those are, I think, the kind of links that I'd be looking for. Things that can actually help me with my issues today. So as far as long term, I hate to say this, but I think the track record's been pretty good. But I mean, we're talking about a lot of money that went into helping 38 people. I mean, if we look at it for a cost per client, it's very high. And I know that's across the board. And that's probably not even taking into consideration police and fire and all the other, other costs that are surrounded. Because every time we call an organization to come and help us, we're not calculating their cost, right? That's just our cost, whatever is through our program. So, I mean, we could be talking, hundreds of thousands of dollars per client just to get them from point A to point B. And, and when I see permanently housed, do we track that? Do we know for a fact that they stayed in there, or are they homeless somewhere else? Do we know? Do we have a way of gauging that?
So once they get permanently housed, we don't follow through, but we are in contact. We are in communication with the South Bay COG to create a position that's going to follow up with those clients to make sure that they stay permanently housed wherever it is that they move to permanently.
Okay. And I'm a big supporter of the program. I want to see it be successful. I do get sometimes discouraged the fact that I'm driving around town and there's still people, setting up shop, in our, I call it homeless shelters, bus shelters, but a lot of them have unfortunately become homeless shelters, whether it's temporary or semi-permanent. I noticed the report that we got in the email said 0 as far as how many homeless people are in our shelters, but yet, I see them all the time. So I don't know who's taking those reports down. I don't think they're very accurate, in my opinion. I know there's some hot spots that we've been working on, and quite honestly, I've been saying it for a few years that if we can't keep those bus shelters clean, I'm going to advocate to remove them, and it's not to punish bus riders, it's to protect the general public. If those bus shelters become semi-permanent housing replacement for people, I don't think that's safe. I don't think that's right. And the one that I called on a few days ago, there was 2 individuals living there for about 4 days, and they're very well known to our outreach team. And my big question is, why were they there for a few days? I don't think the system works when it relies on us calling things in. They have to be organic. The system has to work on its own, because when I'm gone, mayor's gone, we're all gone, we move on. The next set of council members, next mayor, they may not pick up the phone the way we do. They may not bug you guys the way we do. Then what happens then? We need to have a system that's in place that's organic. It works on its own. And I just don't see that we're there yet. We're getting there, but we're not there yet. How proactive are we? If, you know, and I'm just saying because I see our police officers here, how proactive are we if we're driving, let's say driving down PCH and we do see, you know, somebody just camped out at 3 o'clock in the morning in one of our bus stops? What's the protocol? Do they call it in? Are they, is that part of the system that we put together? Because I know they got a lot of other stuff to do, don't get me wrong. But what is the protocol in something like that?
Thank you, Councilmember. Yes, so the outreach team has met with the transit team, the supervisors, and the security contractors. And the protocol we developed, which doesn't necessarily include the Torrance Police Department immediately, because we know they have other bigger fish to fry.
Fish to fry, yeah.
When a bus driver, a City of Torrance bus driver, sees a person experiencing homelessness at one of the bus stops, they report it to dispatch immediately. Dispatch then connects with the supervisor that's on call that day or at that time. Then the supervisor sends out the security contract team to that bus stop to make sure that there is somebody at that bus stop. Then the security guard reaches out to the outreach team. The outreach team then goes and offers services. Now, if services are declined, that's when we contact our partners, the CLOs, and they have done an amazing job and cited many clients that have refused the service and refused to leave the bus stops. So there is something in place, but like I said, we don't involve the Torrance Police Department until it's like our last straw, because we know they're extremely busy doing other stuff. So, and I believe you're referring to the bus stops on PCH, which are not monitored, which are MTA bus stops.
Sure.
And our bus drivers don't drive those buses, so we don't get their feedback. But now, since that incident happened on Friday, there is something in place to address that concern. Because out of sight, out of mind, right? So what we're going to do is transit will have the security team revisit those sites more often. As before, as a routine, they will be putting those bus benches on the priority list and make sure they visit them more often than they used to.
Okay.
Because we don't get that extra set of eyes by the bus drivers because they belong to MTA.
Yeah, and you know, in the past, I have to say, I think we may have corrected that or, you know, taken a different approach. There's 2 incidents to where I called the non-emergency. There was a gentleman that was on Anza and Sepulveda with an open container, big vodka bottle. One day goes by, he's there. Second day goes by, he's there. He had no blankets, no belongings. He was just constantly drunk on the thing. And then by day 3, there's another gentleman that joined them. And they're just drinking away. Well, you know, one's passed out on the other, you know. I guess, you know, you could make a nice postcard out of it. But when I called it in, I was told, well, it's not illegal to be homeless. And I was kind of taken back because, you know, I understand that it's not illegal to be homeless. But is it illegal to be drinking vodka in the, you know, an open container? And I was told at the time, now this is a couple years ago, and I think and I'm only mentioning this because I don't want things like this to be, you know, something to where the public, you know, we keep on telling people, you know, see something, say something, but then they call in and they get a little bit of an attitude when it comes to homeless because, what do you want us to do? They're homeless, you know, we don't have the resources, and I get that. Hopefully we're on the right track. But long story short, you know, I kind of had to like say, hey, you know, these two people have been here 3 days. They're drinking. They're drunk. They haven't moved. They're pissing on themselves. Excuse my French, but yeah, I mean, what are we gonna do? People can't sit on the bus bench to take the bus because for the past 3 days we've had 2, you know, intoxicated individuals on there. So, anyways, it got eventually taken care of. But those are the kind of situations I don't want the public to have to deal with. in the future. Same thing with the Pacific Coast Highway. Two individuals there. They were. I didn't. I only approached to literally take a photo while they were sleeping. But once they got up, they were extremely violent towards each other. They weren't hitting each other, but they were yelling at each other. Obviously not in the right state of mind. One took off on a bike, the other one jumped on the bus, and all their crap was left behind. And staff did a great, our team did a great job to show up and deal with it. But those are situations that really affect our quality of life as a whole, And so I really, again, I appreciate everything that's being done. I just feel like we need to be a little bit more organic and have a system that works a little bit more proactively towards getting people the help that they need that they may not always want. So anyways, I'm hugging up to the evening. All right. So, but thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Councilman Kaji.
I'll be brief. Thank you, staff, for the presentation. And I know this year, when I was at McMaster Park, I had a chance to see some of our staff, along with a CLO, helping to remove some of the items of a homeless individual. My concern, and I wish that the representatives, Representative for Supervisor Hahn and also Mr. Mursucci were still here. My concern is looking at the recent audit of LASA and the lack of follow-through by the agency and their inability to track how monies have been spent are of deep concern, because when I look at the original intent behind 3290, it was to serve as interim housing, not permanent housing. And so when I look at the throughput, we have a problem. And what I appreciate is that at our level, there is a clear accounting. We can see what funds are being appropriated, how they're being used, and I see it daily when I see the homeless team and I see the CLOs out there in the city. But at the county and at the state level, I don't see that same commitment, and I don't see the creation of a sufficient inventory and stock of permanent housing, of fully funding and providing the wraparound services for our high acuity population. So, and I also look at the surrounding cities, especially the city of Los Angeles, and also their homeless program and the challenges they face because the city is so big. But those problems do migrate here to Torrance, and then it's in our backyard. So my hope is that we continue with a program. I hear my colleague, Mr. Matucci's concerns. I know that this is bigger than what we can solve, but I do think we have to push back on our other elected officials at both the county and state level, because we're doing the best we can with the resources we have. I think we've done a fantastic job here in the city of Torrance, and everyone should be proud of what we've done. But at the same time, if we don't get help at the county and state level, we're stuck. And I don't think it's fair for our residents and for our staff to have to carry a load in which there's no end. If it's supposed to be interim housing, it would be great to have that throughput so we can place them in permanent housing and all the services. It's not there yet. And I don't know what we can do to push back as a council in order to impress that on our elected officials. But I'm happy with what we've achieved. I'm highly disappointed in the other levels of government. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Your Honor.
Sure, yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. In regards to Councilman Kadri's remarks, staff did participate in, I believe, the most recent Board of Supervisors meeting. During the meeting, a motion was made by one of the supervisors to explore the dissolution of the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority. Ultimately, what was approved by the board was an exploration for the CEO to return within 60 days with a feasibility study if a department can be created that would address homelessness. The belief behind the supervisor's recommendation that the CEO conduct a feasibility study is if a department reported directly to the Board of Supervisors, there may be greater accountability. So staff promises we are keeping our eye on what happens 60 days from now at the county level, and we will advocate appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Shea.
Thank you. Thank you to the team. I know that you probably received lots of calls from all of us, and we're in constant touch with you, and you're always very responsive, you and your team. I have a couple concerns that I discussed with you earlier. Yes, we are very successful in eliminating as much as we can, but I've been hearing from LA Mayor that there's 10% decrease in homelessness in LA, but I think I see more influx in cities like us. Over the last few months, I've seen more homelessness folks, unhoused folks here in Torrance. And I've been opening or submitting a lot of citizens' requests. My question is, over the years, what are the challenges that you think that we can modify or we can address and modify the process going forward? Because if I submit a request today, how long does it take for our team to reach out to the client and try to give them shelter? Because sometimes when we make calls or submit a request, it does take, the client is not going to be there for another 3, 4, 5 hours. They may just move from one place to the other. Have we taken that into consideration and changed our process or policy to address that?
Thank you, Council Member, for your question. So there's various factors that go into when somebody submits a referral, whether it's via a CELA, and if it's submitted on the weekend, then the outreach team will follow up on the next business day. If it's a Friday, we'll follow up on a Saturday. And if somebody submits on a Saturday evening, we'll follow up on Monday, on the business day of Monday morning. Now, if it's a referral that's submitted to the outreach team via their text messages, they follow up immediately unless they're with a client. They're not going to drop the client that they're currently working with, because sometimes dropping a client immediately and moving on to the next without finalizing that client's support, it damages that relationship and the trust. So they will finish with that client, whatever they're doing, whether it's transporting, whether it's informing them on the anti-camping ordinance, whether it's providing them with services at the moment. So once they're done with that client, they will move to the referral. So we're trying to get a little better at that now that we have 3 outreach workers. Norma being the one that's sending those referrals out to the outreach team while they're in the street. Now, if we are all familiar that when they transport individuals outside of the city, sometimes to San Diego, sometimes to Oceanside. So if that is the case, Norma will follow up on those referrals. So we have a system in place to address that. And it's thanks to you all who have approved the 3rd outreach worker that gives us a little leeway on how to address incoming referrals.
So to follow up that, do you think you need the 3rd person addition on the weekend, or do you think that'd be better off just because, like you said, if we request or you get a request and you cannot help that person over the weekend, wait till next Monday. Do you think it's a different way to possibly squeeze, or in a way that you can only work the days that you can quickly help those individuals?
So some of the barriers that or challenges that we do experience on the weekends is that shelters close early, or sometimes they don't even open on Sundays. So even if there were to be an outreach worker on a Sunday, there's no shelters available on Sunday for us to either transport or refer somebody to it. So that's one of the challenges. But we try to do the most that we can with what we have. And if we see the need through the South Bay COG Client Aid resources, we do offer hotel stays because we know that the South Bay COG will reimburse us those funds for the hotel. So we do have a hotel that we work with here in the city of Torrance, primarily for our homeless clients.
And honestly, if I know there are a lot of times that you reach out to a client and then without transferring them into 3290, you provide them assistance and move it to another shelter or another resource. So do you have any number of those individuals that they, without going to 3290, that you transfer them in a different resources?
So the outreach team has done a tremendous job by addressing people that are low acuity, that are only going through hard times. Either they just started a new job, they lost their home, whatever the reason might be. So they've connected a lot of clients to shared housing, and people that want the help immediately, want to get out of the streets. They've done a great job at connecting those clients to that resource without having to enter 3290. And the reason why they've been successful at that is because they've established that relationship with those landlords from shared housing. They're constantly communicating with the landlords, which they are informing the outreach team, hey, we have rooms available for your clients if anybody's interested. So they are constant in communication with the clients, and that's one of the main resources that they offer to somebody that's willing to take the resource, and they can house somebody within a day. It has happened, or no later than a week.
And I really appreciate again the work that you do, but as long as you're thinking constantly improving the process to reduce the time reaching out, I think that's the request from us. And please look into that and whatever we can do to reduce the lag time. I know that you have limited resources, but I think that's the challenge that I personally have faced, that it does take a long time for our team to reach out, and at the time the client is gone. Also want to thank our CLO's team. I know anytime they are involved, we see a lot of positive results. And I have personally experienced that anytime one of our CLO's people go, and then the results are better, the tactics are better. How many CLOs we have for this?
We have 3 community lead officers.
3 community,
yes.
Okay. Do we, or our CLOs are thinking about using sophisticated different technology to address that, or any they can share with us? Any
I'll
of your
refer
process?
that question to them.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jeff Clark, Torrance Police Department Community Lead Officer. As of right now, we are exploring options with OC Grid, Outreach Grid. It's kind of like the HMIS system that Valerie, Norma, and Irene are using, except we don't get access to that, so we have no tracking for the clientele that we're contacting. With the OC Outreach Grid, we'll be able to create our own database and tracking system to be able to more thoroughly track the subjects we come into contact with, what the result is, if they're being housed, if we are to contact them again on the street after they were housed, and those sort of things.
Thank you for your service, and I appreciate that, because I firmly believe anytime clients, they see that you are with the other team, seems like it's more effective. And I know you have other important things to consider, but thank you for your service and helping us out.
Thank you, sir.
Last question about SSD fundings. But my understanding that we have enough fundings all the way through 2026. So if we do, why we need to allocate SSD funding for this year? I think we should reconsider that and not use SSD funding, so that if we have resources or financing available with all state and local, state and federal, then and Measure H and whatnot, Why do we allocate SST?
Thank you for your question, Councilman. Julia Smith from CDD. So we're actively pursuing all grant funding sources, particularly with the sunset date of June 30th, 2025, difficult to apply for other grant funding without additional commitment of years. In terms of the SST funding, current funding, we have the $1 million from Congressman Liu's office, and then we have that ongoing PLHA allocation that we're anticipating. So in terms of the projection for the 3 years, that does include the SST funds on an ongoing basis, the $800,000 as described in the item. So that is part of our projection in terms of being able to cover the contract for the 3 years. It does include that $800,000 SST allocation.
But we allocate those on a yearly basis, right? If we don't use for SST funding at the end of this fiscal year, it's going to go back in a general fund?
Thank you for your question. So in terms of the SST funding, for example, if we didn't use the $800,000 next fiscal year for this contract, we could then, per council's direction, allocate it to the next year. So then we'd have $800,000 from 1 year and then $800,000 for the next year, which would be $1.6 million. We couldn't do that repeatedly, right? Because it takes a year to allocate that funding. But if we get other grant funds, we can always utilize those and then not utilize the SST funds. So we will continue to pursue other opportunities per council's direction, but we do have the SST funding on an ongoing basis that we do see as a source that we could tap into.
So far, we haven't used SST funding, correct?
Correct, Councilman. There has been no SST funding used for the operations contract with Harbor Interfaith.
So with the 2 years, we didn't use about 1.6 million?
So if we use the $800,000 that we're projecting in the analysis for 2 years, that would be $1.6 million.
Okay. And for the next 3 years, do we need to keep on accumulating those funds? Do we need to?
Councilman, I think that's really dependent upon other grant funding that we apply for and what we receive, and then taking a look at what we have and then what our projections are for the future. I think that would be the moment. And every time we do the contract, we will come back to council with that funding appropriation. So when we bring the contract back, that will include the funding as well as projections of how we're going to fund that contract.
Our yearly operating expense is $1.8 million. We already have enough funding all the way through 26.
The yearly funding allocation, Councilman, currently is $1.8 million. We will have to go out to RFP, so it's dependent upon the bids we receive. We could receive bids under that 1.8 number. We could receive bids over that 1.8 number. The 3-year projection that's in the staff report does include using SST during those 3 years. So those 3 years are not solely funded by federal and state. That does include the SST funds.
Okay, Sheila, can I ask you a question on this? Yearly spending on this, we haven't used SST funding since day one. We haven't used general fund. Do you foresee that we're going to use this funding in the next year or the following year?
Mayor and council member, this is Sheila Passan with the Finance Department. We have carried over funds from the last 2 years of Measure SST. Based on the results as of September 30th, we anticipate at the end of fiscal 25 that we'll have about 1.6 million, as Ms. Julia Smith has stated. We do have a program modification under item 10G that from the city manager's office for the addition of 2 outreach workers that would be funded by Measure SST. So should council approve that item, about $200K would be used from Measure SST funds for those outreach workers. In that case, looking forward, then there's about $800,000, and that's where that figure comes from that Ms. Julia Smith mentions. It really, again, like Ms. Julia says, it depends on when if we are able to successfully secure those PLHA funds in the future. As of now, we have, it sounds like through fiscal 26 secured, but should we not secure that in fiscal 26, we are going to have to tap into Measure SST. And as of today, we can say that that funding is available. So it's really contingent upon that every time the expiration date comes due, right? So CDD does a great job identifying great grant funding. However, none of that is promised really.
Yeah, maybe we look at that next quarter and see if we can reallocate it.
Correct. Council can provide that direction every year and every quarter, but for now, I do believe it is prudent to have those funds there available just in case, and then we'll have a better idea after they do the RFP of what the future operating expense will be. And the $1 million that was identified from Ted Lieu's, I think it's CPF funding, is that one time? Or? Yeah, that's one time, so that'll kind of carry us just as long, if it's 1.8 million a year, that'll really only be 1 year, which is why we continue to appropriate it and save it.
Councilman, if I may, yesterday I had a chance to speak to the Finance and Governmental Operations Committee. A point in time in which the council may wish to revisit this conversation is once the county has announced how they will allocate Measure A funds.
That's
So in addition to that, staff might gently offer that even once they announce the plan, it would be helpful to allow staff to go through one cycle of applying and seeing how restrictions that the county may place on recipients before we count on those funds too much. So we are taking a very judicious approach on how to spend the money. And at this time, staff really believes rolling this money from year to year is the best way that we can avoid having to rely on restrictions that the county may place in use of Measure A. I don't want to start rumors. We haven't actually seen any announcement, nor have we seen any applications, and we don't expect it for some time. It's just that your honorable body may wish to wait until that's announced before we have this conversation again.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
I said, Councilman Tucci, you're up.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just have a follow-up. Without SST, are we basically not having a program? Without I'm going to say, I'll rephrase it, without the backup of SST. So if we were to take SST out of the equation for 3290, would we have a program at 3290, or is it dead? Because I don't see any Measure H money, even though, because my understanding Measure H sunsets in 2027, right? So there, for the next fiscal year, there should still be money allocation for Measure H, but I don't see it here.
Councilman Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. Measure H will be replaced by Measure A. It's just the allocation, the local allocation has not been determined. As Viet mentioned, he did provide an overview to the Finance and Governmental Operations Committee that gave a preview of some of the limited funding that would be identified for the local allocations, but we're going to be competing with all other agencies. And that's why at this point, the most prudent approach is to preserve that SST funding until we know what the RFP numbers come back with and until we know with greater clarity what our access to available resources will be. We've heard consistently from federal and state legislative representatives, they fund one-time capital. They don't fund ongoing operating, and that's where we're at. So we'll continue to request and solicit that funding, but we do recommend at this point to allocate the SST funding until we have greater clarity on potential funding sources that can supplant that.
I mean, I'd be okay to use it as a backup just in case, just to keep it alive, but quite honestly, there's a certain level of unfairness that runs through my body right now that says, we're really putting so much money into the pot and we're like having to beg for scraps. And I think it's just so unfair because we have a program that's seemingly working here in Torrance. Yes, it's a lot of money that we're spending on very few individuals, but that's pretty much how it is across the board. These are individuals that obviously can't take care of themselves, at least not initially, and to get them on the right path, which is off our streets, to me that's the right path. So if they want to continue to be homeless, they can do it elsewhere. And I think that's really the approach that we should be taking, is, you know, you don't accept help, then go somewhere else. But I don't see that really manifesting as fast as I wanted it to. The program, I mean, I'll be honest with you, I'll support it for 1 year, me personally, with SST backing, but past the 1 year, I don't think I'd want to continue dumping money into a program that should be funded from LA County funds.
Councilman, if I can clarify, in Julie's presentation, she actually did identify approximately 1.4 million of the operations has come from Measure H. Because Julia is super smart, Julia figured out the better way for us to spend down. So while we were actually awarded congressional funds before we were recipients of Measure H funds, Julia identified that it would be more prudent to use the Measure H funds first. That's why in this presentation you see the Congressman Liu's allocation still sitting there. So we were strategic in how we use it. However, I did want to make sure that I call out that we did actually receive 1.4 million in Measure H funds.
And if I may, Mayor, Council, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director, staff is also working with the state right now on potential other funding. I don't want to speak out of turn right yet because we've been dealing with them for quite some time on this. But if it ends up coming through, then that will also assist in providing funding before we would need to touch the SST, other than the item that the finance director had talked about that's coming up, that will be taking about $200,000 of that to fund some outreach coordinators. So when you mention about it being backup funds, that is currently how we are using it, because we are trying to put all those other funds first. But one of the things that makes it difficult, and it's very, we appreciate the 1 year support. We'd like 3 years. Because when we're going out to bid for this RFQ and we're trying to plan in the future and we're trying to plan for these funds, it helps us to know, and it helps those who want to fund us, that there is a commitment for this program. And so I just throw that out there, but we are using it as the backup now. We do still need it. One of the good examples of that is the PLHA grant that Ms. Smith had talked about. Every year we were expecting a certain amount of money, but because it is based on real estate, 1 year we did not get as much as we thought we were going to get. Fortunately, between all of these wonderful and smart people that are constantly keeping their eyes out for all the grant fundings, other funds were found to supplement the funding we didn't get through the PLHA, and staff will always continue to do that. So I want to stress that we are constantly looking for those other funds so we don't touch, whether it be SST or general funds, and we will continue to do so.
Yeah, and my point is that SST should be in addition to, not in a replacement of. So when I start seeing, you know, big chunks of money being put into a 3290 project that should have been already funded for many years to come, because here we have, LA County should look at that and say, wow, Torrance does actually have a program that's actually, it looks like it's working. Let's continue funding it year after year. And of course, I know I'm maybe oversimplifying it.
Yeah, and I will say, again, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director, there were some funds that we thought we were receiving from the federal government, and they were inappropriately given to us by the federal government, and they're trying to make us whole through a different route for this. And the reason why they're going to that trouble and having us work with the state to try to reimburse these, or to try to allocate these funds, is because they did see our program. They were very impressed with our program. They liked the success. They liked the commitment by the council. They liked the dedication of the staff. And it was because of that that the federal government has found a replacement that we are now working with the state right now to get that. It also is the reason why we also got some additional funds from the county. I think it was through Measure H, the 80,000 that we had gotten.
It was through the county's CDBG COVID allocation.
Through their, but it was also the reason we got those funds through the county was, again, because they do see that we are trying to do our part.
Okay. I mean, it has to be results driven, right? I mean, we can't just keep on dumping money into a program if it doesn't have results. Obviously, we have some results, but I think, you know, as time goes on, we'll truly see whether it's working or not. But again, I'd like to see SST to be in addition, not replacing those funds. That's all. All right, thank you.
Okay, Assistant City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. One thing to add, a 3-year RFP is likely to allow for additional responses from a broader audience. And then secondly, well, hopefully that yields a better pricing for the associated costs as we try and find additional supplemental funding to minimize any expenditure on SST resources. And then lastly, the council isn't appropriating SST funds as a part of this item. I understand the council's concerns, and staff will take those into account, but the council has the ability at every appropriation action to be able to direct us to shift course and reassign resources. So the council always has that capability upon your direction. Thank you.
All right, I think I have some comments and I have some taskers or actions, if you will. Been listening to everyone, and I had to scroll back in my head and, you know, once upon a time, how do we all get here? I think a couple of us were here, right, Councilman Tucci? Yeah, if my memory serves me correct, that one of the reasons we stood up 3290 was because we wanted a way to enforce anti-camping ordinance. Am I correct? And so, with the then I fast forward some of the new ordinance update we did last few months ago after the grants passed, and the first thing I asked is, that requirement is gone, right? Then the other question I said, well, yes, we attempted something, and we every 6 months we'd look at each other to see if did we push the needle further forward or back, and as Councilman Kaji just said, we stood up 3290 as a temporary shelter. Well, if we have even the staff report, most of the people in there are high acuity. I'm assuming by default, if a person is high acuity, that person is very likely not a temporary resident. So I think we need to probably, if there's a way that the staff could really see if we're really meeting the purpose of a temporary shelter. And then the other thing is, I'm looking for some data. The next time we get an update, you know, we've got the ordinances updated. How many anti-camping citations have we cited? Any particular places that's, you know, and just a data in this location, so we can really see. What do we do with movers? And it's like, you know, Rizoma knows. You know, I saw a guy with about 6 bicycles on Lameda and Hawthorne yesterday, you know. And I don't know if it's the same guy who was rolling a bicycle on side right down my street last week. RVs, right? I think I saw about 4 RVs on Hobby Lobby today. Not just RVs, other vehicular, you know, homelessness, if you will, right? And we're trying to help people get out of the elements. And I think I'm a broken record, but I have to be consistent. There's got to be at least one unit in 3290 we can bunk. So if we need, you know, a little bit more ability, right? I know it's a sensitive situation, but I think some of those data, it would be good to have so that we know that, yeah, you can't camp on a bus stop for 4 hours. Well, what is the method we're going to figure out if that person or that group is there for 4 hours or 3 days, right? So that we can follow up with it. If we get a notification and then we go to the site 3 hours later, it's overcome by events already, right? We have to go back. What is in effect we're trying to do? If we're going to try help people, you know, and if our state and county don't have the means for us to say, hey, you cannot be at this public place and camp for 4 hours, what are we doing, right? We just need some, maybe, you know, if we're saying, yeah, okay, we are citing them, okay, let's see the statistics, right? And then maybe we'll see if there's results. Because I know it's a hard problem, because just because you say you cannot do this, you cite them, then you say, then what? Right? And right now, we're a little bit in that pickle, is the then what? And you know, what I wish is that, you know, just like at Supervisor Han's oath of office, that we'll get that big facility opened up in Norwalk. I forgot what's the name of that place we're calling it in the future, to provide some full service for long-term care people we need. But I believe our 3290 was really meant to be temporary shelter, and we need to get back to that. And what I would also like to see is, not every city in the LA County has what we're doing. I know we kind of pat ourselves on the back, and other people tell us, oh, you guys step forward. Well, I'll just pick a few cities. You know, I'm looking at Michelle here or other people, and you know, what is the city of Cerritos doing? You know, what is the city of Whittier doing, right? I don't know if any of these cities have temporary shelter. Glendale, you know, or Pasadena, I don't know. But what is their strategy or to address the things we're trying to address without a temporary shelter? It would be good to, you know, I'm just kind of throwing some things, but some data would be good to see, you know, because I don't know, I can't tell the data changed from a year ago and then after we change ordinances after grants pass. I don't know if any of my colleagues sees any, know this, right? It's hard for me to tell, right? So, all right.
Thank you, Mayor. Jeff Clark, Torrance Police Department Community Lead Officer. I believe I can answer some of your questions on the statistics, especially pertaining to after grants pass ruling. Personally, from our detail as community lead officers, we've made 78 contacts with 53 refusals for services. The acceptance rate for that is 32%. Out of those contacts, we've made 22 custodial arrests, which means that they get taken into custody and to jail. There's been 35 citations, which total result is 57 enforcement out of 78 contacts. The other 21 contacts, there was no enforceable violations. So it was just a simple contact to see if they wanted services or anything like that. There was nothing to actually enforce. So there's been 73% of the contacts resulted in enforcement. And I would like to point out again, as Ms. Zolmajen said, our team is 3 people, 3 officers, total of 48 working days since September 20th, when the amended TMC for 45.6.6 camping in public spaces went into effect. And that team has the results, as I just said. Not all of those are camping in public. Our stats for the 45.6.6 has been 15 citations have been issued, along with 2 custodial arrests for that, for a repeat offender in the same area. But as you know, with the Los Angeles County bail schedule right now, those people are, if they are taken into custodial arrest, they're taken into the station, and they're out within an hour or 2. And they're right back out with their property and find a different place, or if not the same spot to go to.
So that's good. Thank you. I appreciate you responding. And now my follow-up question is, do you believe that doing the citation or arrest has a more, I'll call it, effect that we're looking for, as opposed to not citing and not arresting? It may be anecdotal, but I'm trying to see, you know, are we moving the needle in the right direction? Because it's hard for us to tell. I'm looking at my colleagues here.
Yes, sir. To have a statistic on that, I can't give you a statistic. A belief is we come in contact with different people every single day. New people to the city that we've never contacted before, some people that we've contacted multiple times. I do have 2 case studies from 2 individuals that we've been contacting for many years, and this is just statistics from this year alone. Subject A has been contacted in the same location 6 times, another location 2 times, and then a third location 1 time. He's received 14 new charges, which means that they're a violation that we saw when we contacted them. There's been 11 warrant arrests or 11 warrant charges during those contacts, resulting in 25 misdemeanors, and then 2 cite and release, which means they get a citation in the field, and then 6 book and release, and that's over the course of the year. That's subject A. Subject B, over the course of the year, multiple encounters as well. For one location, he was contacted at the same location 5 times. Another location was 4 times. Third and fourth location were each 1 time. 17 new charges, 3 warrants, resulting in 17 misdemeanors and 3 felonies, with 6 cite and releases and 5 book and releases. We are seeing a revolving door. Once they do come into our jail, they just get kicked right back out. From my experience and from what I've seen, there's not a whole lot of consequences once it gets to the judicial system. And so we're contacting the same individuals as you've seen for Subject A and Subject B multiple times. Enforcement, and every time we are enforcing, we are offering services. The services are being refused, and comes another contact the next day or the next week, sir.
I appreciate you sharing that with us, because your boots on the ground. So I mean that's I'm imagining that it could be frustrating for you as well, because you're actually boots on the ground trying to make a difference, and then you see the revolving door, if you will. And we're hoping, and I'm just looking at my colleagues here, is that we want to be proactive, because if we don't, we just feel like the situation would just start going the other direction if we just do a blind eye. And I think that's what Councilman Matucci was getting at earlier. I think when he used the word organic, is that we're, every member in our city is all hands on deck, and we're seeing this situation just doesn't look right. Please take a visit on it, because if we just get numbed at it, I think that's when we start losing the game. So I appreciate you and all CLOs.
Thank you, sir.
I have a feeling that we talked this to death now, because I think I've seen the motion on the panel for a while. But I was just looking for data, because that kind of information feedback will say, hey, these are the data we're doing, and hopefully there's a map, and then maybe there's a little tablet, but then. And I don't want to get carried away, but you guys probably have your insight, By the time, person A, person B, you already know the name and the face. What's the long term, do we have anything we can do after that, other than keep on doing this, right? All right, Councilman Gerson.
I motion to concur with staff's recommendation to accept and file the update report on the city's progress in addressing homelessness, and approve the extension of 3290 temporary housing program operations.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you all. Thank you, everyone who was part of this. Know that we all appreciate you. I know there's some emotions we share, but we all appreciate all the work you guys do. And keep up the good work.
Thank you, Mayor. Those comments are appreciated. Mayor, if I could, can we do a quick pulse check how the council's doing? Would you like us to continue on? The FGOC items are, we hope will be brief, but we can proceed forward with all the items or receive your direction otherwise.
Okay, so I'm going to look to my my colleague on the right here, since he's the chair of the FGOC. Is the 3 items going to be a quickie, or we're going to make a science project out of it? Okay, let's press and knock those out. Okay, that's a hint.
So you would like to take 10F, to proceed with 10F out of order, or would you like us to proceed with the agenda as listed?
Let me rethink about it. The FGOC one, is it time critical?
think if you ask staff, because there are several program modifications that are staffing related,
Okay.
that they would like to move forward with recruitment, should
Okay,
council approve.
Okay,
Yes, Your
let's,
Honor.
I think staff, yeah,
okay,
would
so
approve that.
why don't we just skip everything and just knock out at the FGOC ones, the triplets?
Understood.
Is that doable?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Okay,
So why don't we
and,
proceed?
looks like
10F.
Looks like we got movement for 5 minutes. Let's make this a real 5-minute break and not the 5 minute that becomes 20 minutes. Thank you. up. I'm trying to make sure I get to the place I need to be. Okay, we are moving the agenda around. We're going to jump to item 10F. Item 10F, from the Finance and Governmental Operations Committee. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening. It's 12:43 a.m. The Finance and Governmental Operations Committee met yesterday to discuss the fiscal year 2024-2025 first quarter budget review report and proposed program modifications. As of September 30th, 2024, it is projected that the city will continue to improve its overall fund balance position. More specifically, it is projected that the general fund operating fund will increase its fund balance by $5.5 million, which is partially offset by a decrease in the measure SST fund balance by $1.2 million, for a net increase of $4.2 million. The city has also added an additional $9.4 million to its pension pre-funding trust fund. The general fund operating fund's revenues are projected to come in $1.3 million above budget, largely driven by expected increases in returns from the city's investment portfolio, offset by reductions in utility users' tax from the refinery. Expenditure savings are primarily realized from salary savings due to vacancies totaling 138.1 full-time equivalent positions. The Measure SST Fund's budget was originally adopted with a deficit of $2.3 million due to planned use of fund balance to support the city's capital improvement plan. Currently, the projected deficit is $1.3 million, primarily due to projected savings in expenditures, budget allocated for homelessness reduction efforts, as the city has been able to identify various grant funding sources to mitigate the need to use general fund resources to support these activities. Lastly, the committee considered and approved proposed program modifications from the city manager's office, finance, general services, community services, and public works departments, totaling $669,108 across the general fund, Measure SST fund, sanitation fund, and airport capital fund. It is a recommendation of the Finance and Government Operations Committee to accept and file the fiscal year 2024-2025 first quarter budget review report and approve proposed program modifications. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any members of the public wish to speak on this item?
Okay, Gooper, I'm still here. You told me to go home, but without me, it would be nobody here to listen to your jokes. I attended this meeting, and I also told them it was a great presentation, great work. Every member who got paid $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 here a year, and that wouldn't be possible, this great achievement, providing us the services to raise the taxes on us, to raise all the fees and whatever you call them. Great job. A fifth grader couldn't have this idea. And I don't have any more idea what you could have raised more. What could be more besides the sales taxes, the water, the trash fee, and everything. Thank you very much. Great job. And you tell me to go home now?
No, your time is up.
Your time is up.
Okay, anyone else in the public wish to speak? I don't see any. Any members of the council wish to speak? If not, I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the Finance and Government Operations Committee.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay. Councilman Codger, you're a busy night. Moving on to item 10G from the Finance and Governmental Operations Committee. Is there a staff presentation?
Good morning. It's 12:47. The Finance and Government Operations Committee met yesterday to discuss the key performance indicators, or KPIs, for city departments and fiscal year 2025 through 2027 operating budget and capital improvement plan priorities. Beginning with the fiscal year 2023-2025 operating budget KPIs for each department were included for the first time. Since then, staff has worked with each department to refine and update these KPIs. This revised set of KPIs are designed to assign objective accountability measures for each department's operational responsibilities. These KPIs may also adjust over time to ensure that they are in alignment with current goals. Staff will continue to work with departments to determine target values and means of gathering data with the goal of including in the fiscal year 25-27 operating budget. In the following fiscal year, staff will develop an online dashboard accessible to the public in order to communicate all of the departmental KPIs along with annual results and target values. Secondly, staff have kicked off the budget development process for the fiscal year 2025 through 2027 operating budget and capital improvement plan, with the first budget review team meeting taking place on November 7, 2024. Staff's recommended budget priorities are listed on page 3 of the staff report and are intended to set broad parameters that shall be a primary focus of the budget development process for a given fiscal year. It is a recommendation of the Finance and Government Operations Committee that City Council approve key performance indicators and the fiscal year 2025 through 2027 operating budget and capital improvement plan priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. Any members of the public wish to speak on this item?
Hi, this is Andy Porchop. I just couldn't sleep, so I want to stay up longer, so I talk about these things. So it was very interesting, great presentation, but unfortunately, Timmy is bored to death, He wished to be home and be in bed, but, you guys just stretching this out, Timmy has to, he doesn't know what to do, I think he has hemorrhoids because he was like, try to stand up, or I don't know. But great presentation, and I'm sure things are going very well in the city because, you raise the taxes and you have money, you give raises everywhere, $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 in making, you think like, money is coming in, so you have to spend it. You have already surplus, so I'm very happy. Thank you.
Okay, do I have any comments from the, questions from the council? I don't see any. I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the Finance and Government Operations Committee. Oh, Councilman Gerson.
It's getting late and the print's really small, but so we have key performance indicators and targets. I'm just, one of these that stood out to me is, for example, in the police department, number of felony criminal charges filed, increased filings by over 5% from prior year. Aren't we just trying to enforce the law, not looking to increase felony charges? Like, we're not doing quota on parking tickets, but are we doing quotas on felony charges now? Like, is that the goal that they've asked of you?
I think it's more representative of the challenges within the criminal justice system, especially under the previous district attorney. When we would put a lot of effort into a case, we wouldn't get filings. So in this particular case, we wanted to monitor those for the coming year to see if we're able to get movement, so that when we put a quality case on someone, especially felony quality, that the other parts of the criminal justice system respond in kind.
What happens if we don't meet this quota, which sounds like is out of our control?
I mean, we would report that we didn't meet those quota, but it also would let us advocate for other movements within the criminal justice system, if that makes any sense.
Mayor, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. If I could add to the Assistant Chief's description, Councilman, we're not viewing this as a quota, it's a target value. So it's a target we're attempting to achieve through good work, and if we don't meet it, it's okay. We'll respond back why we didn't meet it and see if there's something that we could do that we can pivot in our operations to respond appropriately to achieve the target. But the point is, we need to have a goal in mind, and that's what we're trying to achieve.
And since this is going to be a forward-facing community dashboard, how does this make our city look and its interpretation?
So the department is responding to crimes. Our hope is the view from the community is that they are being responsive to a top community priority of public safety. And that is the city's intent.
Yeah, what I'm hoping to see from this data KPI is, this is just me looking at it. Yeah, is that in the beginning with the DA who was willing to prosecute crime when we make arrests, that maybe, after a certain period of time, there will be more convictions, if you will, if that's the right word. But then as perpetrators understand that, yes, we will take action to criminals, that it becomes a deterrent and maybe it starts going down. I mean, the best case is the deterrence, but in the beginning, we'll let the data, we'll interpret the data after we see the data, after a period of time. That's how I'm interpreting that. So I think it's goodness.
We're just aiming high to meet expectation and just basically to have a target, what to achieve, right? That's the goal.
Our hope is to be clear on what the target is and then be transparent on how we did.
And strive to achieve the target.
You value what you measure, and that is the intent of this objective.
Okay. All right. So, any other questions from the council? All right, then I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the Finance and Government Operations Committee.
Motion to concur with the recommendations of the Finance and Government Operations Committee.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries. The Councilmember Grissom voting no.
Okay. I believe we're on the last item of the evening. Item 10H from the Finance and Government Operations Committee. Is there a staff presentation?
Good morning, Your Honor. The Finance and Governmental Operations Committee met yesterday to discuss the fiscal year 2024-2025 first quarter investment portfolio report. City Treasurer Goodrich, would you like to provide a report?
Yes, Council Member, thank you. As of September 30th, 2024, the ending balance of total funds was $328.1 million, which included investments of $307.9 million and cash of $20.1 million. The city's portfolio yielded 4.489%, which translated to a $3.448 million first quarter investment earning. The city is in compliance with California Government Code Section 53646, which requires local agencies to report on its ability to meet pooled expenditure requirements for the next 6 months. And throughout fiscal year 23-24 and through the first quarter of fiscal year 24-25, cash equivalents, and projected inflows exceeded projected cash outflows. Over the next 6 months, the city anticipates large cash inflows consisting of property tax and business license tax receipts. And to be consistent with city's objectives, the city's funds are invested in high-quality money market instruments and government securities with a maximum maturity of 5 years. As of the first quarter, our investments of $308 million are in a diversified portfolio, which includes treasuries, agencies, medium-term notes, municipal bonds, CDs, and short-duration liquid funds. As the inverted yield curve begins to reverse, with 5-year yields expected to surpass shorter-term yields, the city will lock in these longer duration securities, aligning maturities with anticipated cash flow needs to meet operating cost obligations.
Thank you. Any members of the public have any comments?
This is Andy Porchap. I don't know how many people watch it, this show this early morning, but this is ridiculous. You left Timmy Goodrich presentation at the very end. A great presentation, Timmy. It's government education works out, you know, you can read the thing, what you wrote down. Great time, you know, you show up for city council meeting with your part-time job, and but you are not worse than the other city treasurer or whatever. I just wish you did not watch my crotch, you know, and did not interrupt my speech when I was doing my speech. That was a violation of the First Amendment. But you are Timmy Goodrich, you know, and I also don't know why do they call you a flag burner. I don't know. I mean, you could explain it to me, but anytime I ask you.
Your time is up, sir. Any members of the council have questions or comments? I don't see any. I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the Finance and Government Operations Committee.
So moved.
Second?
Start voting, please. Councilmember Queen. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to oral communications number 2. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments on items not on the agenda. Under Ralph and Brown Act, we cannot act on any items or raised during the public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers under orals are limited number 1, or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. I don't see anyone in the chamber who did not speak in oral communications number 1, so I'm going to go to oral communications for the council. Let's see what's the order here, since I don't have, oh, here it is. Councilman Gerson.
Good night, or good morning.
Councilman Kaji.
Good morning.
Councilwoman Kalani.
I'm sorry, I have a couple of things. I just want to once again congratulate Councilmember Lewis on her well-deserved award. I also wanted to recognize a passionate member of our community, Mr. James Henry. Mr. Henry usually attended the council meetings. He'd sit in the back left corner. And as I said, passionately, he'd attend and speak on issues. I often attended car shows where he was at and also saw him at other city events. I noticed he hasn't been here for a while, and I recently was able to verify that he did in fact pass unexpectedly a couple of months ago. So rest in peace, Mr. Henry. And then finally, I would like to wish everyone peace and joy for the balance of the year and the best in 2025. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you. I want to thank you again, Mayor, and everyone for the recognition. A lot of people don't know that Councilwoman Kalani stayed up the night before so she could fly to DC to be with me during my ceremony. So thank you for doing that. Also want to wish our city manager, Aram, a fast and speedy, uneventful recovery. And tell him to stay home. It's okay. Danny has great control over us, and Viet and Ian back there. So thank you for that. And wishing everyone, however you celebrate, whether it's sleeping in and binging Netflix or eating things that you probably shouldn't, wishing everyone a very joyous holiday season. Thank you.
Right, Councilman Matucci.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. This is our last city council meeting of the year. And I just want to thank you guys for a wonderful 2024. And, you know, it was a lot of hard work, a lot of big changes during the year. And I think a lot of beautiful things to come in the following year. And Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, however you celebrate, and just stay safe, stay warm, but most importantly, stay happy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. Try to be as quick as possible. I have a couple of questions. No, I just wanted to have a speedy recovery for our city manager, Chaparian. And also, we had a lot of ceremonies, ribbon cutting ceremonies. We for SLEA therapies, we attended. Also, ribbon cutting for Tokyo Central. Friends of Madrona March, they celebrated the 50th anniversary. It was a grand finale volunteer reception, so we were busy. And happy holidays. Thank you.
Mayor, may I have one go back, please?
All right, Councilwoman Lewis.
So, I'm sorry? No, this will be worth it. So, I have an extra box of chocolate that I had my daughter deliver, and John LaRock, that Christmas sweater that you have on is the best creation that I think I've ever seen in an entire Christmas sweater. And I really, really hope City Cable can zoom in so the entire community can really know what's on that Christmas sweater. And in case they can't, it is the faces of all of the department heads in Santa hats. And so, Mr. LaRock, even though we did not have a competition, I'm going to now install one and hope the mayor will declare you and present you with your award.
John LaRock, you are hereby the winner. And, okay, all right.
Pork chop is yours.
I will be I will be short. You know, this is our last meeting. You know, thank you to my colleagues here, and I hope that you all have fun. You know, we deliberate, we challenge each other. Hopefully, we make each other better. And welcome Councilman Gerson. He's served with us for roughly a little bit over 6 months now, right? And hopefully that, you know, things are beginning to, you know, be normal-ish, and that we are all here if there's anything that you need help, as if you think you're still transitioning. And
I've learned 1 a.m. is normal-ish.
yeah, and as Councilwoman Clowney said earlier, ICSC was a very good trip. I see Jen Chung out there, our public engagement manager. She actually planned and executed the whole thing. Thank you, Jen. We have different groups here, you know. I think there's you know, we elevated the city of Torrance quite a bit this year, and we appreciate it. Just want to let staff know, all of us appreciate the work you do behind the scenes. I know a lot of times you like to stay behind the scenes, but we want to publicly acknowledge every one of you for all the hard work you do, because I think you're trying to make us look good, but you know, you guys get all the credit for doing all the detailed analysis to help us so that we can make informed decisions. So with that, I'm going to say, you know, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and rest up, because we're going to hit it hard next year. I'll take a motion to adjournment.
You know, on a sad note, on December 7th, Carolyn Snyder, most of us know her. She was a longtime resident of Torrance, passed away peacefully in her sleep. She was a commissioner, volunteer with so many organizations within Torrance, a genuine, kind-hearted person. I'd like to formally end tonight's meeting as a mark of respect to honor the memory of Carolyn Snyder.
And with sincerest sympathies to the family and condolences, I second that motion.
Thank you, Councilman Shake.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Good night and morning. It's 1:07 a.m. Oh. Group photo?